Well, hello there. Welcome to this series where we make this beautiful, simple application that you see right here that is akin to like a Facebook or a Twitter or any social media application where we allow the users to register or log in after they register and then create and share posts with other users and interact with those posts and those other users. So if I were to demonstrate this app right now, we could go to the register page, which you see right here, that shows us this form. And if we click on register, you can see that we're going to be implementing validation. So that's going to be done on the server side and represented on the client side, as you see right here. And already registered, so I can straight away go to login and have a user called user with a password of 1 through 6. So I hit enter and it logs me in. And now I can have this form right here, which allows me to submit a new post. So I'm going to do that. Here is my new post. I hit enter and it immediately shows here. And there's like a really simple, slick animation that fades it in. Like I said, we can interact with these posts. So for example, I can like this post here and it increments instantly and it changes color. I can as well comment on it. So I go here and I'll say, yeah, it's the new thing, and I hit enter and it's posted. And as you see, anything that is posted by our own user will have this delete button right here, which in this case is the delete comment. And if I go back, it's a delete post. And if you click it, it shows you this confirm modal. You click OK, and indeed that post is gone. So this application uses React on the front end. So this is something that I hope you're at least a little bit familiar with. If not, it's okay. This is a beginner-friendly series. I'm going to go through every single thing that I use and explain it why I'm writing it in that way. So alongside of React on the front end, we're going to be using Semantic UI to style it and give it this very simple but still elegant style. If you used something like Bootstrap before, you're going to feel very comfortable using this. It's a very similar kind of approach to the to styling, but it has some extra elements and some simplicity to it, and that's why I chose it for this series. And in terms of the focus of this series, it's going to be on GraphQL, which is a query language that sits as an interface between our application and the server and the database. And I'm going to explain in a little bit more about GraphQL, so stick around for that. But what is GraphQL? Well, I'm glad you asked. GraphQL is a query language that we can use as part of our server-side code, and it sits on our existing API. GraphQL is technology agnostic, meaning that it doesn't care what programming language or database you're using. Whether your API is some code that fetches and writes data on a database, or it's code that consumes another API and gets data from there. As long as you shape the data properly according to type definitions defined by you, it will receive and send data to the web client without any problems. There are 3 types of GraphQL operations that we can perform. Queries for reading data, for example, fetching one or multiple posts, and mutations for writing data, which includes creating, updating, and deleting. Examples of this would be creating a post, updating user details, or deleting a comment, or deleting a like. And subscriptions for listening to changes in our data in real time. This is done using WebSockets in the background, and it's useful for things like chat or polling apps. Mostly you'll use queries and mutations. When using GraphQL, whether reading or writing data, we always send a post request with a body that contains some information about what type of data that we want to get back or save on the database. REST APIs were created to have a conventional way of sending and receiving data between the client and the server, but even though these conventions make REST APIs easier to deal with, there can be different types of resources, and there can be different endpoint names and endpoint parameter variables, etc. GraphQL reduces the amount of information needed for developers to learn how to consume an API by having one main endpoint, fewer operations, and self-documenting APIs. This will become clearer as we start to implement it. A lot of companies like Facebook, Twitter, PayPal, and many more are now using GraphQL in some of their services to benefit from the improvements that it offers over a traditional REST API. The major advantage of using GraphQL is the control over the amount of data requested and sent back to the client. Let's say, for example, in our homepage of our app, we want to fetch recent posts and we want to show a couple of things about them, like timestamps, body, username, and number of likes and comments. Using REST API, we would send a request and get an array of posts, each one looking like this, and then display the details that we want and ignore the rest of the data that we don't need. This isn't strictly speaking a problem, but because in this example we don't need the comments and likes themselves, just the number of them, it would be better if we were to receive something like this. By reducing the amount of data sent back from the server, we decrease bandwidth usage and latency time. We could actually do this by adding another endpoint that returns just that data and use that on the homepage. But this becomes a problem as we find ourselves writing more endpoints the more pages we have, and which will drastically increase the amount of code that we have to write on the backend, and we have to document all of these endpoints for our front-end developers or for anyone consuming this API. You can now see why this approach isn't optimal. GraphQL solves this by letting us send a post request to one endpoint and specify what resource we want, in this case posts, and what fields we want, in this case everything except likes and comments. We can also specify many more factors, like what the post body contains, if we were, for example, to search for a specific post, or posts by a certain user, or a specific number of posts, etc. All of these can be done through one single endpoint and just by changing the request body itself. So these are the tech that we're going to be using for this series. Basically, MERN plus GraphQL, well, MERNG if you will. We'll use Apollo server, which uses an Express server in the background, or we can also use something like Express GraphQL or GraphQL Yoga. They all do the job well, but I personally prefer the tools that come shipped with Apollo server. Like I mentioned, this series will be a standalone, and right after the series we'll implement the frontend using React with hooks and Context API, and we'll use Apollo client there, and the new Apollo React Hooks library to make sure that we write our app using the most up-to-date features of the frameworks that we're using. So I wanted to do a demonstration of the server that we're going to be building. So this is our server application running at port 5000. You can have it at /GraphQL, or you can have it just at the base URL. It doesn't make a difference. So this is the GraphQL playground, and one of the tools that we get from Apollo server. And here I wanted to show you some examples from our application that we'll build. So this is an example of a query. So right here you specify the type of operation, in this case it's a query, and then you specify the name of the query that you want to use depending on the type definitions that you have. So I've already written this query get posts, which returns us just that, the posts from our database. And here we specify the fields from that query that we want. And these are of course defined as well in our type definitions, that what each resource returns in terms of fields. And if I press the play button here, it's actually going to fetch from our database our data and returns it in this object inside of this data inside of this get posts object. So each time we send a query, our result is sent back in a object that has the same name as that query, unless we have some errors, and then we will get an object errors right here, and then we'll have our errors there. So here, as you can see, we get exactly the data that we asked for, ID, body, all the way through comment count. And here, to demonstrate to you the flexibility of GraphQL, we can say let's just get the ID and the body, and if we press play, we get exactly that data. So bear in mind that this is on the server right now. That means none of this data has been sent to the client. So the server gets this request, and then on the server decides what data to fetch. It fetches all of the data from the database, and then it filters out the data that the user didn't ask for, and then returns a smaller payload of data. So here, if you want to add more fields, we can actually do control space, and this tool self-documents and it fetches automatically our types and knows what to expect. So here, if we forgot our fields, we can just do control space and then click on create that. And if I want to get the username, now I add these two and I hit enter, and we get those fields now as well. Now this tool is available for your front-end developer. Once you expose this, once you deploy this app and you give this base URL, which will be something other than localhost if you deploy it live, your front-end developer will have access to this tool and then will learn how your API works, your GraphQL API works, without you having to write any documentation. They can just click on this schema tab and they will see all the queries and mutations available. For example, if they want to see how the get post query works, they can click on it and they will see the type and the type of data each of the fields have, and they will learn how to actually interact with your API without you having to write any documentation. This is what I mentioned earlier by GraphQL being self-documenting. Now let's look at mutations. So let me close this. If we go here, I've already written these two mutations for login and register. If I were to run the login user, I'll pass it, of course I've already written the code for this, saying that look, the login requires a username and a password and returns a couple of things. One of them is a JSON web token that we will use on our client to authenticate the user and keep them authenticated for a period of time. If I click here and I click on the login user mutation, there we go, we get our token back, which we will use later to access protected routes like creating posts or liking or commenting on posts. And I've already as well thought about validation and server validation, which is an important thing for us to learn to validate the data. And for example, as we see here, we already have a user with the username user. If we were to try to register another user with that username and click here on register user, we get errors, and we get as well an array of errors right here and saying confirm password, passwords must match. Actually, it validated the passwords before the user. If I were to put two matching passwords, it will still have an error saying that the username is taken, because it is taken. And now if I solve all the errors, let's say user2, which doesn't exist on our database, and we say the email, well, I set it up to be Jane, so I was meant to type Jane here as a username, and this should go through, and we're requesting more fields than just the token. And we click here register, and there we go, we get all the details back of from our user table record, and we can use this on the client to authenticate and send protected route requests. So yeah, and by the way, I didn't mean protected route, I meant protected operations, since there's only one route when using GraphQL. So I just wanted to demonstrate quickly our app, and yeah, this is, of course we have more mutations and queries to build once we start building this app. I hope that this gave you a clear understanding of what GraphQL is and that you're excited for building this project. I know I'm excited about releasing this series. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Cheers. Alright, welcome to the first class of this series. I decided to call them classes because lesson is way overused. Someone beat me to that, and to be honest, it sounds boring. I wouldn't use lesson. And video, it's like everything is a video. So I had to stand out, okay? Alright, enough of that. Now that you know what this project is about and what technology that we're going to use and why we're going to use it, let's actually start to set up our development environment. Just to make sure, to be on the safe side, make sure you have Node installed and npm. I'm pretty sure you have it. If you don't, go to nodejs.org and download the latest stable version or the current one. To make sure that you have it, open up a terminal window and do node-v, and I have it. I have 10, 15, 3, whatever, and do npm-v to make sure that you have npm installed. Alright, other than Node, we're going to use MongoDB Atlas, which is a cool service by MongoDB, which lets us create one free cluster. Just because it's one, it doesn't mean we're limited. We can have as many databases and collections within that one cluster. So yeah, we're going to use this. So go to mongodb.com and let's go to try free, sign up for an account. If you don't have one, I'll sign up for one here as well. So put my email, my name, misspelled my own name, put a password, And that's okay. We need to agree, guys. All right, let's create an account. All right, asks us to set up a couple of things. I'll say I'm learning MongoDB. I'll select AWS and select the one that's nearest to you. I'll select, okay, I don't have free tier in London, so I'll select the Ireland one. If you're in America, you're probably gonna select North Virginia or Oregon. I don't know what that is. Sorry, Americans. I don't know what that reads like. All right, so make sure that you select stuff that's just the free tier. You can sign up, of course, for a paid account. It's based on, it's hosted with AWS, so the performance will be great. So cluster name, I'm just gonna give it cluster 0, that's fine. I'll just say create cluster. And there we go, my cluster has been, or is being created. While it creates, let's create a user that we can use to connect to this cluster and edit databases and stuff like that. So here, let's go to security and then go to add new user. Here I'll give it a username, say just classed like this, and I'll have it auto-generate a password. Actually, I want to see that password because I'm gonna need it. And let's say add user. Make sure that your user, if you want, you can as well customize the role, what type of permissions they get. Read and write any database is okay for me, but if you want to just lock it down to a specific database, know that you can do that as well. All right, so one more thing that we need to do is go to IP whitelist. We need to as well give a certain IP address that we allow that IP address to connect to our database. Otherwise, no machine is able to connect to this database. So go to security IP whitelist and go here, add IP address. You can add your current machine IP, but I find the problem with this is that sometimes your IP changes and you fail to connect to it, and you find yourself coming back to this dashboard and adding a new IP. So just because we're in development, I'm gonna click here, allow access from anywhere, which will allow any machine to connect to this cluster. But in production, of course, that's not a good idea. You only want your server to access your database. All right, so our cluster is still being created. So I'll be back once this is done. Okay, so our cluster has now been created. Let's leave it like that for now. I'm gonna go to the desktop. Let's create our project. I'm just gonna create a folder here. I'll call it MERNG, like this, and open it using VS Code. And here, I'll open up the terminal window. When I create, actually we need to initialize an npm project, so let's do npm init. I'm just going to do -y, but you can as well write any details that you want. I'm just going to leave it right like that. I'm going to create 2 files. So here I'll create an index.js and I'll create a .getignore file. And by the way, I'm going to initialize a Git repository here. And I'm gonna have the files for this project are gonna be in a repository. Depending on whether I've finished the whole project and uploaded it on the GitHub or not, there will be a link in the description with each part of the video, each class in its own branch. So for example, this would be class 1 and it will have the complete code for this class, for this video. All right, so let me close it. Actually, we need to install some dependencies. So here we'll say npm install. And we will need Apollo server and GraphQL and Mongoose that we will use to connect to our database. So let's leave that to install. I'll go to the index.js. Here I'll bring the Apollo server. So I'll say const Apollo server equals require, and I'll require Apollo server like this, which hasn't been installed, but that's fine. And here, the thing is, we need to have something called type definitions. We'll say const type, usually referred to as type defs like this. And for this, we need something called GQL. We can import that. Say const GQL, not from, equals require. And here we'll get it from something called GraphQL tag, which is one of the dependencies of Apollo server. So that's installed with Apollo server. Here we'll say GQL and do backticks like this, which is a tag template string. And here we will write our types, our GraphQL types. And here we will start with type query. And by the way, to get syntax highlighting inside of these ticks, you need to install something called, where is it? It's right here, GraphQL for VS Code. So this will have will allow you to have syntax highlighting inside of these backticks for GraphQL. All right, so here we'll have type query, and inside of our types, when we have the type query, inside of here we will have all of our queries, set them up, and say what type they return. So one of the queries that we're gonna have, just to test it out, I'll call this say hi, and it will return. So kind of like TypeScript, if you've used, we need to say a return type for this. It will return a string, and we can add an exclamation mark to it. That means it's required, it has to return a string, or we can leave it like that. It's always better to have the required fields as required, so you know you will have more type safety. All right, so here we need as well something else called resolvers. So we'll say const resolvers. And what resolvers do is, for each query or mutation or subscription, it has its corresponding resolver. So if this query is called say hi, it needs a resolver called say hi, which processes some sort of logic and then returns what this query returns. So here we will say query again, because we need to group all of our queries inside the query object and all of our mutations inside the mutation object. So here we will say query, and we only have one right now, which is this say hi. So we can say hi as a function. And here we need to return, we can have as well, we can have it as an arrow function. I think for this it's simple enough to just have it as an arrow function. So here this will just return, or actually we don't need the return keyword here. It will just return hello world, like this. Now we need to set up our Apollo server. Actually, let me close that. Here I'll say const server equals new Apollo server, and this takes two options for now. The type definitions, so you see there's an option called type defs, and I can say the type defs is our type defs, but since this is ES6, we don't need to do that. It infers on its own. If the key and the value are the same, it will take that. So, and we have as well the resolvers, which are called resolvers, so this will do like this. Alright, so now that we have our server instance, we can actually start our server. So we can say server.listen, and we can leave it like that, or we can specify a port. I'll specify a port and I'll say 5000, and this returns a promise. So we need to say .then, and we get a result object. And there are a couple of things in this result object, but we're not going to need them. We only need one, just I'll show you. So I'll say console log once the server starts, and I'll do backticks and say server running at, and then inject a variable here, a template variable. We say result or res.url. So this will log it to the console so that we can control click it and open our server. All right. Like I told you, just to show you that Apollo server, actually, if you open your node modules and you go down here, you'll see that Express is installed. It's only running an Express server in the back. We're not going to write any specific Express routes, but just to show you that it's actually using Express in the you know, behind the scenes. All right, so here we can say node index to run our index file, and there we go. We get server running at localhost 5000. And if we go to our actually not 8000, we need to go to 5000, localhost 5000. There we go, we get our GraphQL playground. Here we can say query to test out the query that we created. We can do control space, and it will tell us all the queries that we have right now, which are just the say hi right now. And you can also go to the schema, and it will tell you what queries and mutations and subscriptions that you have. Obviously we have just the one right now, and of course you can go and it will tell you that this returns a string and explains what the string is. Of course you don't need that. All right, so here we can press play, and there we go, we get hello world, simple as that. And if we change it, like we can say hello world with a couple of exclamation marks. We save and we stop and run the server again, node index. And we go back and we do control, by the way, you can do control enter to execute it. And there we go, we get this has changed now. All right, so let's actually connect to our database. For this, we're gonna need mongoose. So here, let's say const mongoose equals require mongoose. So mongoose is the ORM library, object relational mapper, which lets us interface with the MongoDB database that we have. So here at the bottom, actually we need to connect to the database before we start our server. So let's do here mongoose.connect. And for us to connect, we need an actual connection string. And we can get that from our MongoDB Atlas dashboard. So here we go to connect. And do I have that password still in the clipboard? I do, cool. Actually, I need that password that I copied from earlier. So I'm just going to paste it here. And then I'll go back, go to connect again, and go to connect your application and grab this connection string. So click copy here. And it's better practice that you put these sensitive key data in their own file. So here I'll create the file, call it config, not config or config.js. And here I'll say module.exports equals, and I'll export an object. I'll have a key MongoDB. And this will hold the connection string, so I'll do a string and paste that. And here, instead of this tag password, I need my actual password, so I'll cut that from there and put it instead of this password. So that's my user, that's the password, that's the cluster address, so we can connect to it. And I'll go to the get ignore, and of course we need to remove the node modules so that it doesn't track that. And we need to remove as well the config.js so that if we push this code to a GitHub repository or Bitbucket or whatever, we don't actually push this because this is sensitive data. All right, so let's save all files. And here in the Mongoose Connect, we need to bring that MongoDB connection string. So here we'll say const Mongo, or actually we need to destructure it, MongoDB equals require, so from the same directory, config.js, like this. All right, so now that we have that string inside of here, we need to say MongoDB, like that. And here we need to pass an object, some options. We only need this use new URL parser, otherwise it's going to give us some deprecation warning if we don't. And this returns a promise, so we need to say .then. And we don't need the result, there's nothing there. Then we actually do this server.listen. So here we need to say return server.listen like this and port 5000. And then we need to as well chain this .then to the end of this. And then everything will run the same. But except now it will actually connect to the database. Let's actually as well log something from here to just show that we've connected to the database successfully. So I'll say console.log MongoDB connected, like this. Let's save, stop this development server and say node index again. All right, so I get an error. Can't find module config.js. Oh, because here it's an actual file and not a dependency. So here I'll say node index again. And there we go, get MongoDB connected and server running at 5000. Of course, right now we're not doing anything to the database, so we are just connected without performing any operations. All right, so what I want to start to do now is to create the database models so that we can use them to interface with the database with. So here I'll create a folder called models. And inside of here, I'll create the user model. So user with a capital U.js. And this will hold details about the schema. MongoDB is schemaless, but with Mongoose we can specify a schema to have more safety when working with our server code. So here I'll bring two things from Mongoose, so const and destructure model and schema with a capital S, like this. I'll say equals require mongoose, and here I'll say const user schema equals, I'll say new schema, and here we'll pass it the fields, and our user will have a username which will be unique to each user, and here I'll say string. Now we could say on each entry that it's a string and it's required. We could specify it here, but because we're using GraphQL as a middleman, we can use GraphQL itself to say that these fields are required or not. So we will handle that on the GraphQL layer and not the mongoose layer. So here we'll have a password for our user. It's going to be a string as well. We're going to have a username. Actually, we've had the username. We're going to have an email, which is going to be a string, and a created at, which is, I'm going to store it as a string. You can store it as a date. It doesn't make a difference as long as your code works well with it. So here we'll say module.export, and we need to export our model. So module.exports equals model. We need to call the model, pass it a name. So the name of our model will be user with a capital U, and the schema it uses is going to be the user schema. Alright, so now we're going to create another model for the post. So we'll say post.js, and here we'll bring the same stuff, the model and the schema. So we can copy that, paste it here, and we'll say const post schema equals new schema, and we'll pass it a couple of things. Each post will have a body, which is going to be a string. We'll have a username, so who posted this, which is going to be a string as well. It's going to be the user's username. It will have a created at, which is going to be a string. Now we can as well specify a default value for the created at here, but we will do that on the GraphQL resolvers. Prefer to do that on the GraphQL resolvers. So here each post could have as well an array of comments. So here we'll say comments, and do like this, square brackets as an array, and here do curly braces to have an object, and each comment will have a body. So this will be a string. It will have a username, so who posted this, and this will be a string as well, and a created at, a string as well. So after comments we will have likes. It's going to be an array, and we could just have usernames, but you could it's better to give them a created at as well, so that you can have some, you can have some analytics on your application and know what's going on and when likes are being submitted and all of that good stuff. All right, so I'll give it a created at, which is going to be a string. And even though that MongoDB, like I said, is schemaless and it's a NoSQL, so doesn't have relations, but the ORM itself lets us have relations between our models. Now we don't have to do this, but you could link your data models. So I could as well say user here and link it to a specific user, this post, and then here we can say type. This is going to be referred to another schema object. So we'll say schema dot types like this dot object ID, and here we'll say ref, and we'll pass it the table or the collection, which is users. So this allows us to later use Mongoose to automatically populate this user field if we want, using some Mongoose methods. All right, so here we need to export this. We'll say module.exports equals model. Again, we give the name of the model, which is post, and we give the schema, which is going to be post schema. All right, now let's go back to our index. Let's import our post model. So here we'll say const post equals. Why I'm separating these, because it's just general convention that you keep your relative imports here and then your dependency imports up here. So here I'll say require, and go to the models folder, models / post. So now that we have the model, what I want to do now is I want to create a query for fetching all the posts from the database. I'll actually get rid of this say hi and say get posts here. So this get posts will get all the posts from our database, and it's going to go to the collection posts and bring all the documents from there and return them back to our user. But before that, actually I want to create a post on our database so that we can fetch, because there isn't any right now. So let's go to our cluster and let's go to collections. So here we have no collection right now.
let's click on add my own data, and let's create a database. I'll just call this MERNG and collection. We're just going to create the first collection, call it posts. Let's click create. Let's insert a dummy document here. It's going to give it an automatic ID. Here I'm going to give it a field body, and this will say this is a sample post, and I'm going to give it another field. Click this add this plus button. Here I'll give it a user name, and this will say user. Click the plus button again. I'll give it a created at. Just give it some gibberish. It's just a string after all. We're gonna later have our code create these instead of just create them manually, of course. Actually, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Say insert. Alright, now that we have our document, let's actually fetch it. Let's go to our code. Here our get posts, let me close this terminal. Our get posts is going to return a type of posts. So it's going to return an array of posts. So we do these square brackets and say post, which is a GraphQL type that we haven't created yet. So let's create that. We'll say our post, so type post, will have a couple of fields. So it'll have an ID, which is going to be of type ID like this. And we put an exclamation mark saying that this is required. We need to have it. It will have a body of type string, and it's going to be required. You have a created at, a required string as well. You will have a username. Username of type string, and you will have. Actually, I'm just going to leave it. Let's forget about comments and likes for now, and let's keep it like that. And here for our query, so we have get posts. Let's actually create a resolver for it. I'm going to get rid of that say hi. We don't need that anymore. I'll say get posts, and as a function like this. And here we need to use our post model to fetch these posts. So actually I'm going to use async await syntax. So I'll add the keyword async before this function, and here I'll say try, because the thing is like maybe your query will never fail, but if you don't do this, if your query fails, it might stop your actual server, which is not good. So here we'll say const posts. So let's fetch these posts. We'll say await, because this is an async operation, post our model dot find, and so yeah, this is it. It's dot find. If you don't specify any condition, it's gonna find all of them. It's gonna fetch all of them. So here we're just gonna say return posts, and here we'll say catch. If we get any error, we'll say throw new error, and we pass it that error. Alright, this should do. Let's save all files. Make sure you save all files, and let's stop our server and start it again. Say node index. Alright, it runs without any errors, and we go to our local host 5000. You can press this refresh. Sometimes you need to refresh it to get the new queries, and here it's having an error because this query doesn't exist anymore. So we can use the other query, which is get posts, and it gives us some intelligence. So we need to open these curly braces and specify which fields we want. So here if we press control space, it tells us that we can get these fields, which is exactly like the type that we defined. So let's actually get all of these fields. So select all of them, body, what else do we have, created at, and the username, and let's click control enter, and we get an empty array. Alright, let's check our code. Interesting. Let's check our database. Oh, okay, I know why. My bad, I forgot something. So let's go to our config. Right here it says test, but this is actually the database name. We need to give the database name. The DB name is MERNG, and it's not test. And by the way, even if you don't have a database on Atlas and you just give a name here and you perform a persistence, like you create a document, it's actually going to create this database if you have the permissions for it. So I'm going to stop the server and run it again, and this time it should work. Alright, let's go and let's run the same query, and there we go. I get the post that we just created, and yeah, so the query is working. Alright, so this is it for this video. Hey, welcome back to class number 2. All right, you might have heard the terms UI and UX, and those have to be good in your application. But have you heard this term called DX? Let me know in the comments if you have. If you haven't, DX is developer experience. And right now we don't have a really good one because our type definitions are all in the index, and these will grow bigger, and our resolvers as well are in the index. And each time we have to restart our server, we have to do it manually. Let's fix these before we dive into more functionality. So these type defs will be in their own file. So here I'll create a folder, call it GraphQL, and here I'll create a file, call it typedefs.js. So here I'm gonna cut these type defs, paste them here. We need to bring GQL, so we're gonna say const GQL equals require. You can import it from Apollo server as well, because GraphQL tag is just a sub-dependency of that as well, and we need to export this. So we'll say module.exports equals GQL blah blah blah. All right, so here we need to import those. So here we'll say const type defs equals require, and we require, what is it, GraphQL / type defs, and the resolvers as well. And for the resolvers, I'm gonna divide them. We're gonna have the resolvers for posts in their own file, and the resolvers for users in their own file as well, because otherwise we're gonna have one massive file with all the resolvers. So here I'll create a folder, call it resolvers. I've said resolvers like 10 times. Resolvers. I'll create an index.js, and I'll come back to this. And here I'll create a post.js and users.js, and let's go back to our index. So here, let's cut this. Actually, let's just cut this, or just this query. Remove this, and here in the, where is it, the posts, let's say module.exports equals this object, and it's gonna have a query. Actually, no, we copied the query, we just paste that in. We need the post module or model. So we'll say const post equals require. We go back one level. Actually, we'll go back 2 levels to model/post. All right, and we need a way to combine all of these resolvers. So here in the index, we want to import that post resolver. So we'll say const. Of course, it's the default export, so we can name it anything. So we'll call them posts resolvers like this. All right, here we get them from the same directory, posts, and let's import the users resolvers as well while we're here. Resolvers, even though it's empty right now. So we'll say from users, and here we'll export this object. So we'll say module.exports. So this object will combine both of them. We'll say query. For now we have just query from post resolvers. So we'll say we'll do the spread operator, posts resolvers dot query, and here we'll say mutation. Actually, we don't have any mutations right now. We'll just leave it like that, and because right now we only have this one query. All right, so now our type defs are there, and our resolvers are there, so we need to import these resolvers. So we don't need this post model anymore. We can get rid of that and say const resolvers equals require, and we say /GraphQL/resolvers. Because it's in the index, we don't need to say anything more, and the names are still the same, so everything should work the same. We don't need GQL anymore here, and let's save everything. Let's stop the development server, and actually now I want to install NodeMon. You probably have heard of this module or a library. If you haven't, it's just something that starts a Node application, and whenever we change any file within this directory, it restarts the server for us. So I'm going to say npm install -D as a, so it installs as a dev dependency, and say NodeMon. And here I'll write a script for it. So I'll say the script start will say NodeMon index.js. Or we can just say index. Alright, I'll save that. I'll wait for it to finish. Okay, now that it's done, we can just say npm start. All right, it started, and let's test out our query. All right. Oh, it's so instant that I think that it's not actually sending it. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, it is sending that query. All right, so everything is working the same. Now we can get going with the rest of the functionality. So before implementing the rest of the CRUD functionalities on our posts, like creating posts and editing them or deleting them, let's actually create ways for our users to authenticate, because the create and delete posts actions or resolvers have to be from protected user or authenticated users. So let's actually start with registering users. So first thing is we add an actual query for or mutation for that. So here we'll say mutation or type mutation, because this is making a change in our database. So here we'll say register, and here we can have input from our users as arguments and take that and do stuff with it in our business logic. So here we can say that we can take a username, a password, a confirmed password, and an email, but we can create a type for that as well if we don't want this to be a massive line here. So I'll say register input like this of type register register input with a capital R like this, and I'll create that type here. So I'll say and this is not a type, this is an input, which is a different type of type, which is given as an input to a resolver for it to return something for us. So here I'll say type register input, and this will have the 4 fields. So username of type string, it's going to be required, a password of type string, required again, a confirmed password, because again this is for the register form, so we need the confirmed passwords as well. So, and we need the email as well. We'll say string and it's required. All right, and this needs to return something, so it will return a type user. So let's create this user, and it's required. So let's say type user, and this will have an ID of type ID, and it will have an email of type string. And by the way, even if we specify required, it doesn't mean that the user has to get these, you know, that means we have to return them from our resolver, but the user can still opt out from not getting these. So it will return an authentication token, and it will return what else? The username of the user, which is a string, and the created at. Alright, so let's actually implement this resolver for this register. And here I'll go here. Actually here, let's add a mutation field, mutation, and this will take from the user's resolver that mutation object, which we haven't created yet, but we will. So let's save this and close it. Let's go to our users here. We'll need our user mongoose model. So we'll say const user equals require, and we go back 2 levels to models slash user, and here we'll say module.exports, and we'll export this object, and for now we'll have a mutation. And here we need to implement our resolver for the register, so we'll say register, and now this needs to take some input. And we have 4 things that we can get in our resolver arguments. So the first will be parent. I'll explain these in a second. The second is args, arguments. The third will be context, and the fourth will be info. Most of the time we'll just be using args, but parent it gives you the result of what was the input from the last step, but here it will be undefined because there was no step before this. But in some cases you could have multiple resolvers, so data goes from one resolver and then it goes to the other, and then it goes to the other, and then it gets processed in different ways and then returned to the user. But here we don't need it, so we can just say underscore like this, so it doesn't, you know, take up any space. So arguments. Here, this is these arguments from here. It's this register input. So args right now for this resolver will have a register input, and inside of that we'll have these 4 fields. And here we have context, which I'll explain later. You'll see what this does. And info just has some general information about some metadata that we actually almost never need. All right, so here, inside of here, we're going to have a couple of steps. What we need to do, I'm going to put a couple of to-dos and come back to them. So the first thing is we need to validate the data. So let's say validate user data. And this means like we could have empty fields, so we need to make sure to have server validation in case we have some problems like passwords don't match, email already exists, etc. In our case, emails are not unique, but usernames are, so we need to check for that. So we will do a special check for that because we need to check in our database. So here we'll say make sure user doesn't already exist. And then the first step will be to hash the password before we store it in our database, of course, and create an authentication token. So an auth token. All right, so we will skip the validation for now. We'll come back to it later. And let's first hash the password and return the data to our user. For this, we're going to install two packages. So I'll say npm install. First will be bcrypt.js and JSON web token. So bcrypt will help us crypt the password, and JSON web token will help us encode some data in a token and return it to our user. So here we need to get that data that the user sent. We can destructure it here, but we can as well do it here. I prefer destructuring from here. So here we can say curly braces to destructure from the args, and we need to further destructure the register input. So we'll say register input colon, and here we'll get our fields. So we'll have our username, we have an email, the password, and the confirm password. Like this, let prettier format it. And now we have access to these four fields separately. So here we'll say, we'll edit the password, we'll change the value to it to the hashed password. So we'll say await, because the bcrypt function, the hashing function, is actually asynchronous. So we need to add as well the async keyword here to the function. And we'll say await bcrypt. Actually, we need to import it. Let's import both right now. So we'll say const bcrypt equals require bcrypt.js, and we'll get the JSON web token. So we'll say const jwt equals require JSON web token. All right. So here we'll say await bcrypt.hash, and this will take the password, and it will ask us for the number of rounds. Usually 12 is a good number based on what I've seen. So const, here we want to form our user object. So we will say const new user equals, and we will call new user our model, and we'll pass it the data that we have. So the email will be email, so we don't need to say email. Username, username, and the password as well will be password. So we keep these fields like that, and we need to have a created at. So this will be new date, and we need to change the to isostring method to convert it to a string. So here we'll say const result equals await new user.save to the database. And now we need to return this data to the user. But before that, we need to actually create a token for our user. So here we'll say const token, token equals jwt.sign. And this will take some data, like a payload, to put inside the token. And we want to encode the ID. So this will be result.id. I want to encode the email. This will be result.email. And the username as well. So res.username. And here let's we need to give it a secret, and let's actually store this secret in the config file as well, so we don't have it in our Git repository. We don't make a mistake by sharing it with people. So I'm going to import it. Before creating it, I'll say const secret key like this equals require. We go back 2 levels to the config file, and let's go to that config file and create an entry here and say secret key equals some very secret key. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This will be used as the key to encrypt your encode your token. So only our server will be able to decode this stuff. Here I'll give an array of options, and actually here the secret goes here, so secret key, and the third parameter will be some options, and I only need the option of expires in to give it a an expiration time, which is going to be 1h for 1 hour. So now let's say return. Here we want to spread the data of our user, so we'll say spread res dot underscore doc, where our document is stored. I want to give the ID because it's not by default in a doc, so we'll say res ID equals res dot underscore ID, and we want to give the token as well. So let's save all of this and see if this is working. Let's go to our app, and here we can say mutation. We can actually do this in a new tab, say mutation, and this will be register, and we'll take a register input, which is going to be this object that will have a username, username of user, we'll have a password of 1 2 3 through 6, a confirm password of 1 through 6, and an email of user@email.com. Let's send this. Oh, actually we need to get some fields back, so let's open curly braces and let's get all of them. So the ID, email, token, what is it, username, and what else, the created at. Right, let's send this. There we go, we get our ID, email, everything, our authentication token. And if we look at our database and we refresh, we see this users collection was created, and it's got one document which has the details for our user. Cool, so we're now successfully registering users. But of course right now, if we send this request, it was where register another user with the same username. Of course we don't want that, so let's actually make sure that this doesn't happen. So let's go to our app. Right here we need to get a user, so this is done, so we can remove this to do. And by the way, you can get this to do, where is it, to do highlight extension to have this highlight that. Alright, so here we'll say const user equals user dot find one, and here we need to pass a filter or a condition, and this condition will be the username has to be like the username, so we can just pass it like this. And of course this is asynchronous, so we need to say wait, and here we'll say if user. So if there is a user, this is not going to be null. If not, it's going to be null. So if user, then we need to return an error because user already exists. We can just say throw error, but we can as well use specific errors from Apollo. So we can import those. So we say import. I'm going to import the user input error. This will become useful when we it's because later Apollo client will be able to recognize the type of error and handle it differently. So here we'll say require Apollo server, and here we'll say throw new what is it, user bad input or input error, and this will say username is taken. And actually we're going to pass a payload with our errors that we will use as well on the client. So the payload will have an errors object, and inside of here it will have a username key, and this will say this username is taken. This errors object will be used later on our front end to display these errors on the form. And actually right here, this info and context, we're not using them, so we can just omit them. We still have to say to use the parent one to have the access to the args. Alright, let's save this and let's check on our playground and let's send this request. And there we go, it says username is taken, and if I do another username, say John, we can keep everything else the same, and we send, and it actually registers John, and if I send again, it doesn't register John because that username is taken. Alright, let's now implement some validation as well, because right now if we just submit some empty fields, it's still gonna register the, you know, a user with an empty username and all that stuff. Of course we don't want that. So let's go here, let's create a folder here called util for utilities, and I'm gonna create a file inside of it, call it validators.js, and here I'll import a function. So here we'll say module.export, or I'll export rather, and here I'll call it validate register input, and this will take the 4 fields, so username, email, password, confirm password, and that's it. And it will okay, I set this to be an arrow function, so I'll do this. So here we'll do const errors equals an empty object for now, and we'll say if username dot trim equals an empty string. So if username is empty, we'll say errors dot username equals username must not be empty. Here, let's copy this. Let's do the same thing for email. So Control D here and say email. So if email is empty, we'll say email must not be empty. But as well, even if email is not empty, we need to check if it's a valid email. So here I'll say const regex, and I'm gonna match this string to a regular expression that checks that this string is an email. I'm gonna put this in this description. You'll find this in the description. So now I'm just gonna paste it in. And here I'll say if not email.match, and we pass this regex. So if it doesn't match this regular expression, that means it's not in a format, it's not in a pattern of an email. So we'll say, actually not errors.email equals email must be a valid email address, like this. We need to check the password, so we'll say if password dot trim equals empty string. Or actually, for password we don't add the trim, we can have white spaces as part of the password, that's fine. And we'll say errors dot password equals password must not be empty. And if the password is not empty, we need to make sure that the password is the same as the confirmed password. So here we'll say else, or we'll say else if password does not equal confirm password. So we'll say errors dot confirm password equals passwords must match. If you've seen any of my tutorials before for validation, this is a pattern that I always use. So here I'll say return, and we're gonna return the errors and a value for valid, and this will be object. So this valid, if it's true, that means there's no errors. So we'll say object.keys, and we pass the errors dot length. So if the length of object.keys of errors is smaller than 1, that means there is no errors inside of this, so the data is valid. So let's save this. Let's go to our users and bring this in. So here we'll say const validate what is it, register input, and this is const equals require, and go back 2 levels to util / validators. And actually we need destructuring because it's not the default export. And here under here we'll say const, and we'll get the valid and errors from, so equals validate register input, and we want to pass all these fields. So here we'll pass them like this, and we get that data. So we remove the to-dos because this is done now. And here we'll say if not valid, then we want to return these errors. That means we have some errors. So we'll say throw new user input error, and we'll just say errors here. This doesn't matter, but we want to pass a payload with the object errors, so with the name errors and with the value of those errors. So here we'll save. Let's check our app, and here we send empty fields, and we'll check. So it says validate register input is not a function. I just misspelled this, register. Let's try again. Alright, we get errors, and we get that the username is not must not be empty and the password must not be empty. So if we put some stuff in the username, we'll get that password must not be empty, and if we put passwords that don't match, we get that they don't match. And if we put an email that's not valid, we get that email must be valid. If we revert that change and we put passwords that match, oops, we actually go through. Cool, and we get our user. Nice. Let's actually quickly implement the login functionality. Actually, for this I'm going to create a validator for login data as well. So we'll say module.exports dot validate login input, and this will take only two things, so username and password, and then it will have the same as the other one, an empty errors object, and we'll say we can just copy this and paste it twice. So if username, then username must not be empty, and then if password, and password must not be empty. This needs to be capital P, and here we'll do the same. We'll return errors and that, and now prettier we'll format it, and let's copy that. Let's go to our users. Here we want to import it as well, so here we'll say put it next to that. And of course, before we create our mutation, we need to add it to our type definitions. So here we'll say login. We don't need a type because it only takes two things, so we'll take a username of type string and required, and a password of type string, and it's required as well, and it will return a user, and that's required. Let's save. Let's go back. Here in our mutation we'll say async login. Login. It will take the parent. We don't need that, so we'll do that underscore, and here we'll destructure username and password. And remember, because we have them straight away as arguments in the type defs, whereas here we don't need to actually destructure them from a type. Alright, so here we'll say const errors and valid equals validate login input, and we pass the username and the password. Actually, let's put a comma here so that squiggly line goes away. And here we'll say we need to get this user from the database, because if it doesn't exist, we need to return an error because we can't log in a new user that doesn't exist. So here we'll say const user equals await user dot find one, and the condition will be the username must equal the username, so we'll just put username like that. And here it will say if not user, so if this user doesn't exist, we need to throw an error. But this will be a different error. This is not an error for the fields themselves. This is another error. So I'm gonna give it its own name. So we'll say errors.general equals user not found. And here I'll say throw new user input error. And I'll just say wrong creds or credentials, and pass an object with the object errors in it. Else, we want to compare this password to the actual password of the user to make sure that the password is correct. So we'll say const match, and we'll say await bcrypt. We'll use bcrypt again to compare them. Bcrypt.compare, and we're going to compare the password to the password of the user, so to user.password. And here we'll say if not match. If they don't match, then we want to return an error again. So we'll do actually here it's not wrong credentials, here it's user not found. user not found. We'll copy the same stuff. Here we'll say, here it's actually here that's wrong credentials, so wrong credentials, like that. And if we get here, that means the user has successfully logged in. I mean, the password is correct. So let's actually issue a token for them. So we'll say const token, and we need to use the same function from here. So let's actually make this into its own function. Let's copy this code, and I'm gonna create a function here, a helper function. We'll say const or function generate token, and you will take a user and you will return this jws.sign, and you will replace res with user, and it will return us a token with this data. So here, let's copy this. So here we'll say token equals generate token from res, and let's copy this. Let's go up here, do the same here, but here we called it user, so it will generate token from user, and it will return the same data that we returned here. So we can just copy this and go up here. We will return the token, except here the user is called user and not response or result. All right, let's save this, and let's see if our validation is working and our red login resolver is working. So here we'll say mutation login, and this will take a username, which is going to be user, and the password, which is going to be, actually let's leave them empty to test out the validation. And here let's get all fields. So email, token, username, and created at send. Okay. Oh, because we have actually a user that's got a username and a password of empty strings. Plus, I forgot to throw an error if the valid is false from the validation. I'm not even using that value. So here, before we find the user, we want to say if not valid. Then here we want to throw the same type of error, and here we'll say we'll just say errors and pass this errors here. Let's save. If I go back here, I should get some errors. Okay, the development server didn't start. Okay, it started now. Send the same query, and there we go. We get errors, username must not be empty, and if I put user here, that goes away, but we still get password must not be empty, and we do 1 2 3 4 to 7. That's a wrong password. We'll say wrong credentials, and if I put the correct password, it should log us in, and it does. Cool. Alright, so we're done with authentication. This has been a long one, but we've done quite a lot. Now we've refactored our app. Our DX developer experience is going to be much, much better. Our application is coming together now. In the last video, we were able to implement the register and login mutations to register users and log them in and give them authentication tokens that they will use to now post and delete posts from our database, which we haven't implemented yet, but we will in this video. We'll also implement a query for fetching a single post for the single post page in our front end later. But before we do any of that, I wanted to address this comment by Sherman Norot. I hope I didn't butcher the pronunciation of your name. He's got the picture of the shaman from Hearthstone, which is pretty cool. Alright, so he says, would be nice to show what the say hi function returns in the front end. I know it's useless, but it shows us how all wires connect. It's not useless. It's actually pretty important to try to understand things on a lower level and what's actually happening behind the scenes. I will not demonstrate the say hi because that's too basic. I will demonstrate the login mutation. And guys, don't confuse yourself. At the end of the day, what GraphQL is just we're still sending an HTTP request, a post request with some body. The only difference is now that GraphQL processes this body and responds in a different manner than traditional REST. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate that on Postman. So I'll copy this localhost 5000, paste that here, and I'll copy this body. And let me make sure to change the post to the request to a post request, and the body to raw application JSON. and here I will have a body, an object, and you will have a key query. And by the way, this needs to always be query, even if it's a mutation. This key has to be called query. And here we'll have a string, and inside of that we'll put our mutation. But this is not a multi-line string, so this needs to be on one line. Let's put this back on one line like this, and I got my server running, so that should be fine. Alright, so the only difference, we need to escape these quotation marks, otherwise they just end our string. So we put the back slash on them, and here we just send our request, and there we go, we get a 200 response, and we get our token and all the data that we got on the GraphQL playground. The exact same thing, guys. It's just, at the end of the day, it's just a post request with a query body with your mutation or query inside it. You can as well have another field for variables here, and you can put those variables there, and that's less confusing. But we're not going to use this method, because even on the client, we're not going to send the requests like this. And actually, you can do this from the client using any HTTP library like Axios or anything, but we will use Apollo client, which makes it even easier to interact with our GraphQL server. Alright, so that's that. Let's actually jump into the code of our application and implement some more functionality. Alright, let's go to our type definitions and create 3 more queries and mutations. Here we will have a query called getPost, and this will take a post ID of type ID, and that's required, and it will return a post. So this will get only one post. And here we will add 2 more mutations, and this will be the create post mutation to create a post, and this will take only a body of type string, and that's required, and it will return a post, and that's required. And here we will have the delete post. It will take a post ID of type ID, and that's required, and it will return just a string. It doesn't matter what it returns as long as it deletes it successfully. Alright, let's save that, and let's go to posts resolvers, and here we'll add the other resolver for get post. So here we'll say async get post, and we'll get the parent, and we will get from the arguments, we'll destructure this post ID, and here we'll say try, and here we'll say const post equals await post the model dot find by ID, and we'll pass it the post ID. And here we need to say if post, because we could give it like a wrong ID or an ID of a post that's been deleted, and that could be null. So we'll say if post, so if it exists, we just return it. So return post. Else we need to throw new error and say post not found. And here, if the try catch, if there was any error, we'll say catch error, and we'll say throw new error with the error object. All right, let's test that out. So the server is already running. It's restarting for me. I'm gonna refresh here just to make sure I get all the new queries. So here, instead of saying get posts, and by the way, the playground infers a query if you omit this. If you don't say query, it will think that this is a query. So we'll say get post, and we'll pass it the post ID of this one post that we have in our database. So pass it here, and we will get the ID, body, created at, and the username. All right, let's hit that, and we get that post. And if I give it a wrong ID, we get post not found, and we get this error. All right, cool. So that's working. Let's work on the create post resolver. So we go to users, and here in mutation, we go down here. Is that, yeah, that's the register. So here we'll say async create post, or actually let's put this in the posts resolvers. It doesn't make a difference, but since this has a lot of code already, I'll put it here. So yeah, so that's not there. We go here and we say underneath this query, we'll say mutation, and we'll say async create post, and this will take the parent, and it will take, so we will destructure the body. And inside of here, what we need to do is the way our protected resolver is going to work is that our user will log in and get an authentication token, and then they need to put it in an authorization header and send that header with the request, and we need to get that token and then decode it and get information from it, make sure that the user is authenticated, and then create a post. We don't want anyone creating a post. And I see a lot of people making the mistake and adding this authentication middleware as a middleware for Express itself. That means that we'll run on each request, even on non-protected routes. The way we're going to do it here, we're going to have the third argument in the Apollo server, which is the context. Here we'll say context, and this will take a callback. And here we get anything that's passed from before this Apollo server, and we get the request and the response from Express. So we need to say request. Actually, we get them in an object. So here we'll say request. We destructure the request, and we just want to forward that request. So what this will do, it will take that request body and we'll forward it to the context. And now we can access the request body in our context. So if we go back to posts, now if we use this third argument context, inside this context, we will have the request body. So we can access the headers and determine that this user is authenticated. And we can do all of that inside of here. But since we will use this middleware or helper function in multiple routes, so we need to put it in its own function. So here in the util, I'm going to create a new file, call it check auth like this. And here we will need a JSON web token to decode the token that we got. So we'll say JWT equals require JSON web token, and here we'll say module.exports equals this function that will take the context and do the following. And we also need the secret that we have, because we will use that as well to verify the tokens, because we used it to encode the tokens. So here we'll say const and destructure the secret key, and this will be equal require, and from the same level, actually not from the same level, it's back one level config. All right, so here we need to get this header, so we will say const auth header equals, because at the end of the day, this context will have a will have an object, and amongst many things, it will have headers inside of it. And inside the headers, we need to get to this authorization header. And here we'll say the auth header equals context dot dot request dot headers dot authorization. So here we need to check for it, because maybe someone didn't send this header. So we'll say if auth header. Now, if we have it, then we need to get the token from it. And a convention when working with authorization tokens, that we send this header with a value of bearer space, and then we put the token here. So what we need to say here, we need to get that token itself, and we say const token equals auth header dot split, and we split this by bearer space, meaning it will have two strings. The first one is bearer space, and the second is the actual token. So we need to get the second, so we need to get index 1, because a split returns an array of a couple of strings. So here we'll say if token, because this can as well still not exist. So we'll say if token. Now we need to verify the token and make sure that we issued this token and it's still valid and not expired. So we'll say try, and because this could fail, and we'll say const user equals jwt dot verify, and we pass it the token and we pass it our secret key. And now we'll say return user. So this, if this fails, it will go to the catch block, and we'll say catch error. And here we can throw any type of error, but let's be more specific and let's import this type of error. We'll say const, and we need to import authentication error equals require Apollo server like this. And now if we fail in verifying that, we want to throw that, so we throw new authentication error, and we will say invalid/expired token. because if this fails, it will come here. That means it's either invalid or expired or blacklisted as well, but we're not doing that in our application. Now, after these if statements, we need to throw some errors as well, because if these if statements failed, if these if conditions failed, that means we either don't have a token or we don't have an auth header. So we need to as well tell the user that why this failed. So we'll say here throw new error, and this will say authentication token must be, well, actually not provided. Here it was provided, but maybe it was the wrong format. So we'll say must be, and we escape a thing, quotation mark, and we'll say like this, bearer space and token, formatted like that. And then we will close this. And here we need to throw another error. That means if we didn't get an auth header, we'll say, let's just copy this, and we'll say authentication token must be, we'll say provided, or actually authentication header, because here if we get here, that means we didn't have the header itself. All right, let's save all of this, and let's go to posts and actually get this check auth function. So we'll say const check auth equals require, and we go back, what is it, 2 levels? Yeah, 2 levels into util / check -auth, like this. Now here we will use the context to get the user, so we'll say const user equals check auth, and we pass it the context. Now, because the way we structured it here, that if we don't have a header, it throws an error here. If the token is not valid, it throws an error here. So if there's anything wrong with the token, an error will be thrown here. Otherwise, we will get a user, and this will return a user, which means if we get to this block of code right here after this, that means there was no errors. That means there is a user definitely here. That means we can proceed with this action and allow it and actually create this post. So we'll say const new post equals new post. We have the model here. So we'll say new post, and we'll pass it the body like that, because we already destructured it from here. And we need to pass it the user. Remember, in our post model, where is it? Right here. Right here, the post, we gave it this user. We can still attach that ID, and it will auto-populate it if we want to get the user from the post later. So we'll say user is user.id. Oops, ID, I don't know why it's auto-correcting me. And here we'll say username is user.user name, like that. And we need to give it a created at, which is new date to ISO string, like that. Now we need to save this post, so we'll say const post equals new post dot save. And actually I forgot to put a wait because this is asynchronous. And here we need to just return this post, so return post. All right, let's see if all of this works, and we're checking the thing. Let's do here a console log, just to make sure that we have our user. So we console log user, and let's test this out. All right, so we go here, and let's open a new tab, and here I'll say mutation, create post. I want to pass it a body, and this body will say this is another post. And let's get from it all the fields. So create that and the username. All right, this should fail and tell us that we need an authentication token, but it doesn't. It says cannot return. Oh, because we didn't add this mutation. So here in the index, we want to say as well that we want the mutations from post resolvers. Oops, what is that? Resolvers.mutation. All right, let's save, make sure that it started. It has. Let's go here, let's send that. Cool, it says authentication header must be provided. That's actually wrong, authorization header. Let me change that. So authentication token, that's fine, but here it's an authorization header. Author, which is actually a misnomer. It should be authentication, but whatever. So if we send, okay, let's send again, it's still restarting the server. Cool, authorization header must be provided. So let's provide one. So if we just slide this up, like extend this, we can here add some HTTP headers. So here we say authorization, and here let's put an empty string and see what happens. Okay. Oh, I see. Even an empty string is counted as that it's not truthy. So let's put some gibberish, and then now it says that it must be bearer space token. All right, let's put bearer space and then some gibberish that's not actually a valid token. It will say invalid / expired token. Now let's actually put in a real token. So here let's log in again. Let's copy this token, go to create post, and here bearer space, and we paste that, and now let's run it. And there we go, we get this, and the post was created and the username was assigned that user that we logged in with. And if we go to get post here, let's change this into get posts and get all of them. Okay, let me remove that actually. And there we go, we get this, another post has been sent and it's added to our database. There's one little problem here, is that the latest post is coming last in the array, but we don't want that. We want the latest posts to be first on the array to show them on our website. So we can just sort the result from get posts. So let's go to the post resolvers, and here in get posts we just need to chain another method here called sort. And the sort will take a condition, and we will sort by created at, and to tell Mongoose that we want it in descending order, we just say -1. Let's save, make sure that it's restarted. I think it's restarted. NodeMon is behaving a bit weird lately. Alright, there we go. So another post now, it's first instead of being last. Alright, let's now implement the delete post. Let's go here. Let's go down here in mutation. We add another one. We'll say async delete post, and this will take the parent, and it will take the structure, the post ID from the arguments, and of course we need the context as well. And here we'll do the same. We'll say const user equals check auth, and we pass it the context. And now even if we have the user, this isn't enough, because we need to make sure that this user is the creator of the post they want to delete. We don't want any user to delete any post. They're only allowed to delete their own posts. So here we'll simply say if user.username equals the post dot, or actually we need to get the post first, and we need to wrap everything in a try block. So we'll say try const post, we need to find that post first, is await equals await post dot find by id post id, and then here we put that if statement, and we'll say if the username is the same as post.username, that means this is the owner of the post. So we just await post dot delete. Oops, delete. Oh, I hate the word delete. Here we just after it's deleted, we just return the string post deleted successfully. And then here else, if it's not, that means we're like, yo, this is not your post, you can't delete it. So we say throw new. Did we bring that? I want to bring authentication error here as well. So let's go to check auth, get the same one from a Paul server, copy it, and actually this is from the library, so I'll put it up there, and we'll say throw new authentication error, and this will say action not allowed. And we need to handle as well if this try block fails, so we'll say catch error, and we'll say throw new error like that. All right, let's save. Let's look at our posts. So we have two posts by user. I actually added 2 new users. Let's try to log in with a different user. So I'll log in with Jane, and she has the same password because why not? And let's go here. We can actually have multiple mutations, so I'll call this create post. I mean multiple operations on the same tab. So here I'll have the other mutation, and you can name it whatever you want. I'll name this as well the same delete post, and this will be the mutation delete post, and you will take a post ID, and we'll give it the post ID of, where is it? This one that was created by user. So we'll try to delete that. But the thing is, let's try to delete it with the token of Jane. So this shouldn't be allowed. Okay. So here I will paste that token from Jane and hit play and hit the delete post, and it says authentication or error action not allowed. Cool. So Jane can't delete user's post. But if I go here and press Ctrl-Z, it will go back to the token from user. And or actually, let's get a new token, because why not? So here we'll say user, and we'll get that token from user, and then go here in bearer and paste that token and press play, delete post. There we go, post deleted successfully. And if we fetch all posts again, we find that that post has actually been deleted. Hello class, nice to see you again. I have missed you. Have you missed me? Well, actually no, wait a second. Maybe you've been doing like the classes in a row and you've just finished class 3 and you're now here and you're like, wait a second, I'm just listening to your voice like 5 minutes ago. Anyway, for me it's been like 24 hours ago since I recorded the last video, so I definitely have missed you. Alright, enough of that. Let's actually crack into this video where we will implement, yes, comments and likes. Alright, we will implement ways of submitting comments and likes to our posts, because right now actually if we look at our database right here, this is the only post I have, and if you look, there is a comments and likes array, but they're empty, and we can't fetch them with GraphQL and we can't edit them. So let's actually fix that. Okay, let's go to VS Code or whatever editor you're using. I'm going to go to the type definitions and I'm going to close this terminal and keep the server running. Here in post, I'm going to add the arrays for likes and comments. So here I'm going to say comments, and this will be an array. So we do square brackets and we say this is a different type that we'll create. And here we'll put the exclamation mark, and you can as well put an exclamation mark inside, which means this array has to contain at least one element. We rarely ever do that. There are some use cases, but we're not going to do that now. We're only going to require that we return an array. Even if it's an empty array, that's fine. All right, let's say likes as well. Here we'll return an array of likes. So like, and then it's required. So let's create these types. So here we have the, oops, didn't mean to do that. All right, here we say type comment, and well, let's look at our post. So yeah, this will have a body, a created at, and a username. So here we'll, of course, it will have an ID as well. So we'll do ID, and that's required. Don't know if type ID. We'll have a created at, and that's a string, and it's required. We'll have a username, a required string, and the body of the comment, and that's as well a required string. Let's do the type like. This will hold an ID and a created at, which is a string, and what else? Yeah, a username of who actually liked this. So this will be a string. All right, so here we're going to add our mutations to create and delete a comment and to like a post. So here we'll say create comment, and this will take two things: the post ID, so which post do you want to comment on, or does the user want to comment on? Actually, that's a lowercase d, and this is a string, and that's required, and the body of the comment, so body, and that's a string as well, and we will return that post that's been commented on. And here we'll say delete comment as well, to delete a comment. And does this take a, yeah, it will take a post ID. So post ID, ID, and comment ID. You can take just the comment ID, but taking the post ID provides us the ability to check whether that post is still up or not. Here we'll say post, because usually you might have a mechanism where if a post is deleted, you delete all the comments, and then if you look for a comment that doesn't exist anymore, it might cause a problem. All right, here we'll add another one, which is like post. So we'll take the ID, and that's it, just the ID of the post. Oops, ID, and that's required, and it will return that post. And notice we don't have a an unlike mutation, because this like post will work as a toggle. So if we've liked that post, we will unlike it, and if we haven't liked it, we will like it from zero, from scratch, whatever. I don't know where I was going with that. All right, let's go to posts. So here at the bottom, we'll add this these mutations. Or actually, post is getting a bit massive. We have no obligation to put them in a specific file. We can even create as many files as we want. I'll create another one actually for comments here. I'll say comments.js, and here I'll say, what do we need? We need the post model. So here we will say require, and we go back 2 levels, and we go to models / post, and here we'll say module.exports, and here we'll have a mutation key. And before I forget, let's add that to our index. So here we'll say, we'll import that file. I'll just copy this and paste it and replace users with comments. And here we'll add that mutation field from the comments resolvers. So we'll say comments resolvers.mutation like this. All right, let's go back. Here we have the create comments. So we'll say async create, and by the way guys, you can have it as arrow functions. It doesn't make a difference. I'll use that syntax for now just to show you that you can do that as well. So we'll say create comment, and that will be an async function, and it will take the parent. So parent, actually we don't need it, so we can just say like this, just an underscore, and we will destructure from the arguments the 2 things, the post ID and the body. And of course we'll need the context to make sure that our user has actually logged in. So here we'll do that arrow, and here we need to get our user. So we'll say const user equals check auth, and here we'll pass it the context. And of course when we get here, if you know by now that means we're logged in. So we'll do some basic validation, and we'll say if body dot trim equals an empty string. That means someone tried to submit an empty comment, so we'll throw an error. So we'll say throw, not just any error, we'll get the user input error. So here we'll say const user input error equals require Apollo server like this. All right, so here we'll throw that error, throw new user input error, and it will say empty comment. And I'll attach a payload of errors to it with just 1 error. I'm not actually sure how I'm gonna use these in the on the client, but I'm gonna send this payload anyway. Here we'll say comment body must not be empty. I almost said must be empty, which is ridiculous. So here after the if statement, so if it's not empty, then let's get this post. So we'll say const post equals post dot find by ID, and we pass it the post ID. And here we'll say if post, if post, so because it could be null. Actually I forgot to add await here. This is await because it's asynchronous. And here we'll say if post, then we want to say post, because Mongoose turns our data models into like just JSON objects, and I mean just like normal JavaScript objects, so we can just access the comments array like this, post.comments, which is pretty cool. And here we'll add it to it, but we want to add it to the top because it's the newest one. So we'll use the unshift method and say unshift, and we want to add a body of body, so we can just say that, a username of user. Actually we're gonna need just the username from user, so we can destructure that and say username like this, and here we can just say username. Cool. All right, here we'll say created at, and this will be a new date to ISO string like this. All right, now we need to save the post, so here we'll say await post.save, and we need to return it, so we'll return this post. So else, if the post doesn't exist, then we throw what is this? This is gonna be is this gonna be a user input error? Yeah, it is a user input error, because they try to access an ID that doesn't exist, and usually our client shouldn't expose an ID that doesn't exist. And we say post not found. And yeah, that's it for the create comment. All right, let's save that. Let's save the index, make sure our server has restarted successfully, because NodeMon has been a bit weird. I don't know why it's getting stuck on this restarting. All right, I had to restart NodeMon. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, let's refresh here. And let's log in to get a new token, because the other token is probably expired. It's been 24 hours. So here we'll go to so here we'll get posts to make sure that we have this post. Actually, we can do multiple operations here. So we'll call this, we'll just call this posts, and here we'll do our create comment mutation here. We'll say mutation comment. It doesn't matter what you name it here. You just need to say here create comment, not post comment, and this takes a post ID. And because I have the token on the clipboard, I want to put the token first here. So I'll say authorization is bearer space and paste that token. And here I'm going to copy this ID and paste it here. And I'll do body. And by the way, this comma is not necessary. You can omit it or you can leave it, depends on your preference. And the body will be new comment on only post, I don't know. And we will get a post back, so we can just get the ID, the body, and let's actually get the comments, because now we can have that array, the ID, the created ad, the username, and the body. Let's hit Control Enter. Check auth is not defined. Oh yeah, I didn't import it. So here we want to say here const check auth equals require, and we want to go back 2 levels to util / check auth. All right, let's save. Come on, Nodebon, you can do it. Yes, thank you. All right, here we can say comment. There we go, we get our data and we get the comment. And now if we even fetch posts, actually we need to add comments. I mean, it's got it, just to make sure with the other query. So we fetch the post. There we go. Our post has a comment, and we can even submit another one and say another one and say comment. And there we go. We got our post with 2 comments. Sweet. Let's now create the delete comment. What is it? Resolver? Yeah, resolver. Here we'll say async. I'm gonna close the terminal. Delete I hate delete comment, and of course this will take the parent and the post ID and the comment ID, and we'll take the context, and here we'll say const username. We'll destructure the username, check auth, and we pass it the context, get the user from the token, find the post, oops, const post equals await post to the model dot find by ID, and we pass it the post ID, and we need to say if post, say here what we need to do is, what do we do? Oh yeah, okay, we get the index of, so we find that comment, we find the index of that comment in the array of comments, and then we delete that, add that index. And here we'll say const, what is it, comment, let's call it comment index, index equals post dot comments dot find index, and of comment I'll say C, where comment dot ID equals this comment ID that we passed to our function. And here we'll say, so because we need to check, because maybe some other user is trying to delete some other user's comment, so we'll say if post dot comments, add that index, so comment index like this dot username equals username that we got from this token. That means this is the owner of the comment, so we can delete it. So we'll say post dot comments dot remove, splice, there's no such thing as remove, I just made that up. So splice comment, we start at the comment index and we remove just 1. And here of course we need to save. We'll say await post dot save, and did I say await here? Yeah, I did. Okay, we'll say, and then we'll return that post. Else, if it's not the owner of the post, this is a different person, we'll throw new authentication, oh, we haven't imported that, error, and we'll say action not allowed, and you notice sometimes we're throwing an error without throwing without sending a payload with errors, because we don't need to show this on the client, because there will never be a delete button for a user that doesn't own that comment. This is just a safety check, instead of safety net, instead of like in case a user actually tries to delete a comment that's not theirs using some sort of like code. All right, so here, so this is if the post exists, so we need to chain an else on this. If it doesn't exist, we want to throw a new user input error, and we'll say post not found. Sweet, let's test this. Actually, we need to import this authentication error here. Actually, it needs to be in alphabetical order. Let's save. All right, cool, NodeMon was nice this time. All right. So let's actually create a new window. I'm just gonna copy these headers from here, create a new tab, and paste the same headers here. And here we'll say delete, actually mutation, delete comment, and the post ID will be, let's we have only one post here, so post ID is this. And I can put this on a different line and say comment ID is, let's delete the first comment, so we leave the another one. So we'll take this ID and then we put the ID here, and we get the post back, so we can say ID of the post, and then let's just get comments and ID and username and body. All right, let's send this. Oh, it gets the post back. Yeah, okay, it's working. All right. So we get the post back when we delete the comment, and if we try to delete the other comment, so let's take this ID and we put it here and we send it, and there we go, our comments are empty. So we removed all the comments that we just posted. All right, let's now create a way to get the likes and actually add a like to our posts. So here in, I'm gonna add it to the posts. Here at the bottom, I'll say async like post, and this will take, so the usual parent, which is going to be just an underscore, post ID, and the context. It's getting a bit repetitive, but sometimes it happens like this with CRUD, that you have to write the same code for different resources. So here we'll say check auth, and we pass context, and we need to find the post, so we'll say const post equals await post dot find by ID, and we pass it the post ID like this. And of course we need to say if post, and here we'll say what we need to do is we need to find this like, we need to make sure that it exists. So we'll say if, because we could later delete it, you know. So what we need to do, we'll say if post dot likes dot find a like where the like.id equals, or is it actually no, the like.username, because we don't have access to the ID, we have access to the username, because a user can have only one like on a post. So if they have this like already, we just delete it. So we'll say like this equals username. So this returns a an object, right? And if it doesn't find it, it will return undefined, so it will be not truthy. So we'll say if, and if this returns, if it's true, if it returns a like, that means we've already liked. Let's put a comment here. We'll say post already liked, unlike it. And here else, that means we don't have a like, so it's not liked. We'll say not liked like post. So here we want to unlike it, we want to remove that like, so we'll say post dot likes like this equals post dot likes dot filter like where like dot username equal does not equal the username. So we leave all of them, all the ones that don't have the same username as our user, so we just remove that one with this username. All right, and here we need to say await post dot save, and then here we need to add a like. So here we'll say post dot likes dot push. It doesn't matter if you add it to the end or to the beginning, because we're not going to show likes based on created at. We're just going to show a number of them. So we'll say the username is username, and it needs a created at, and that's new date .to ISO string, and yeah, that's it, just the username and the date. And here we'll say await post, or actually no, this await post, because we're editing the post no matter what, so this await post can be after this if statement. So after we're done, we remove the like or we added a like. Now here we will say await post.save, and we'll say return post like this. And this is an if. Else, if the post doesn't exist, we'll say, or not in a block, we'll just say like this, throw new user input, what is this? User input error, and this will say post not found. Oh, because it's not imported, that's why it finished it with that user input error. Sweet, I think we're done here. So this works for both liking and disliking, or unliking rather. So, and we're returning the likes because we added that to our type. So let's actually test this. So let's go here, and instead of delete comment, we will have a different mutation. Here we'll say like post. Did our server restart? Yes. Thank you, Nodemon. I feel like I should be grateful each time. All right, here we'll say post ID, and it will be this ID right here. And we'll pass it like this, and we want to get the ID, or just the body and username, and we want to get the likes array, and from the likes I'm gonna get the ID and the username. So let's submit this. Cool, so we get a like, and if we look here just to make sure, we fetch posts. Well, actually let's add likes here, likes, and we get the ID, they created that, or just like ID and username. Cool, so you get a like, and here if I press again, that like is gone, and if I press, it's back. I press, it's gone. Cool, we just did two functionalities in one route, or one operation, one mutation, whatever. All right, so this is it for this video. Or actually no, let me add because there's some cool thing I want to show you, and I don't want to make a video just for that. I want to show you how to do a subscription. We're not going to implement it in our front end. You can if you want, but I'm just going to show you how subscriptions work because they're pretty cool. So I'll say type subscription. Generally people don't use them when like getting new posts or new comments and stuff like this, because if your app is massive, it will be too much traffic and too much bandwidth. People use them for polling and for chat apps and whatever. I might do, like, if you want me to do some sort of like polling app or like chat app, let me know in the comments. All right, here I'll add a subscription, and let's call this new post. I want the subscription to each time when a new post is created to like show whoever is subscribed to this that, look, this is the new post that's been created. All right, so in our index we're gonna need something else from Apollo server called pub sub, which means publish, subscribe, or publisher, subscribe. It's a pattern. Anyway, here we'll say const pub sub, not like this, pub sub like this. We'll say new, instantiate an instance of this, and we just pass it to our context so we can use it in our resolvers. Let's save this. Where do we go? Let's go to posts. Yeah, posts. Here here I want to add, so we got to this mutation, it ends like here, and here we'll say subscription, and here we'll have our subscription new post, and this will have an object. Inside of there we'll have a subscribe, like this. Oops, what is that? Subscribe. And inside of here we'll return, or actually let's do it as an arrow function because it will be like shorter, the syntax will be shorter. So here we'll do like this, and it will take the parent, and we have no arguments, so we can omit this as well, so we can do 2 underscores. And here we need to get the pub sub like this. Here we'll say we'll return pub sub dot async iterator, and here let's call this we'll just call it new post. It's the convention to have like all caps like this as a it's an event type, and it's like a type of kind of received type thing. I don't know. It's just a convention. All right, so here we want to as well publish, because this is the subscription, we want as well the publication from where we create a post. So right here, after the post has been created and saved, we're going to say we have access to our context, which holds the pub sub, and we'll say context.pubsub dot what is it, publish, yes, publish, and we publish a name, a trigger name of the same name that we had earlier, so new underscore post, and the payload will have new post with the value of that post that's been created, this one right here. All right, let's save. Okay, we'll save subscription, and our subscription is new post, and we'll get the ID, the body, the created at, username, comments, everything. We just get the created at of the comments and likes, because we don't have even comments right now and likes. Okay, subscription field must return async iterable received undefined. Really? Where are we? Returns async iterate. Oh, okay, my bad. Here we need to actually add a field, subscription, and here we want to spread the, did I put it in post? Yeah, I put it in post. Posts, resolvers. Sorry guys, it's the end of the day and I'm a bit tired, so these mistakes happen. Alright, let's make sure. Alright, there's something wrong. App crashed. Posts, resolver. Oh, it's resolvers. Let's save. Come on. Oh, Nodemon is being a bit annoying, so I had to restart. Okay, there's another problem. Throw new something. Define resolvers field name not in schema. Oh, this is not mutation, this is subscription. Subscription like this. All right, another mistake. All right, so npm start. Cool, server is running. This time it should work. We start it, and there we go. It starts to listen. I want the animation to happen, so I'm just gonna do it on a new tab. So we'll do like this. There we go. So we get this cool animation of the spin. And let's try to now create another post. So here we'll say a post for subscribers. By the way, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel. Nice segue. All right, so let's send this. Create post. Damn it, invalid token. Let's get a valid token. Let's go here. Let's add this. All right, let's send create post. And if we go here, we see that we got a post here. And if we create another one, number 2, we send it, create post. There we go, we received another post. You see, like we're like now listening using WebSockets in the background and actively listening to the new post event. And each time it publishes a new post, we actually get it. We can listen on the client and we will get these posts in real time as they've been posted. All right, I want to show you one more thing that is kind of useful a lot of the times. This time it's not that useful, but it's a cool trick that you can do. All right, so here, I could add it here. Actually, no, I can't add it here. I'm gonna add it here. What I want to do is on the client later, we're gonna need a number for the number of likes and number of comments, and we can calculate that on our client by just saying the array of comments.length. But we can as well calculate that on the server and send it to the client to minimize the amount of computation that's happening on the client. So here we can add 2 fields, say like count, and that's a number, and it's required. And we have comment count. As I make a mistake, actually no, in GraphQL it's not a number, it's an int. So here it's an int as well, and it's required as well. And we can get these, we can actually compute these and send them, not through the mutation itself, but we can have like, I think they're called modifiers. I'm not sure what they're called. I call them modifiers. So here we can say if we have a name of the type, so if we say post, and then we do stuff here to change any of the fields, each time any mutation or query of subscription that returns a post, it will go through this post modifier and apply these modifications, which is pretty cool. So we can do all sorts of scenarios here. So here we will have that field name. We'll say like count, and we will say that it's an arrow function, and it will take the parent. We'll need the parent here. Actually, we'll need just the parent, because the parent holds the data that comes from the previous step. Actually, let me show you. I'll put it as a normal function. So like count, like this, and it takes parent. I'm gonna console log the parent just to show you. CLG parent, and here what we want to do, we want to say return. We want to return a value for this like count. So what we will return, parent will hold that data for the post, and it will hold the likes in it. So we'll say return parent.likes.length, and we will do the same for comment count. And for comment count, I'm just gonna return the value and not console log anything, because we'll see it from the likes one. So I'll say parent, and here we'll say no return, just parent dot comments dot length, like this. All right, let's save this and make sure our server starts. Okay, it doesn't. Oh yeah, no colon, no semicolon needed there. Okay, let me start it again. Okay, let's maximize our terminal, and let's go here. Whoa, what happened here? What happened to my tabs? That's strange, and the font size is tiny. All right, that was definitely not planned, so let me put back the font size to 24. Let's go here, we'll put the query get posts, and here I'll get ID, body, and we'll get the like count and the comment count. All right, we'll send, and there we go. We get 0, 0 because these don't have any comments on them. Or actually, you know what? Let's create them. So let's say mutation, create post, and here we'll have a body. Actually, no, not create post, create comment, and we'll have a post ID of this post right here, and we will have a body that will say comment, and we'll just get the ID back, and we need to actually log in. So we say mutation login, username is user, and password is 1 through 6. We'll get just the token. We send this, we get the token. We go here, we add an authorization header with the value bearer space our token, and we send our thing, and we get that, and we send our query here. We get that we have 1 comment, and the comment count is 1. Cool. So it's actually calculating them, and if we look, this is the value of what parent returns. It's actually the post that's been sent. So here, that's the post. These are all the posts. So that's the first post, and it's got that. So this is what the parent is the data that comes from get posts. And if you send any type of query or mutation that returns a post, it will have to go through this modifier and add these properties. All right, let's set this to be an arrow function to just make it smaller. Right here, we'll do like this, remove that, remove this, remove the return, and just do that. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we are done with the backend. I think if there's any modification, I'll let you know. I think, yeah, this is it for the backend. Yeah, so we're done for the server code. I want to tell you that I made one little change in the post resolvers right here in the create post. I just added this if statement right here. If the body of the post is empty, it throws an error, because this is a server validation thing that I forgot to do in the series. You just add this one if statement. All right, let's open up our code base using VS Code. And so here I want to create a folder and put our React app in there. But we don't need to do that, because we're going to use the create React app tool, and it's going to do that for us. So here we'll say npx create React app. I'll call this folder client, because that's the client application, and the rest of the code on this folder is the server application. All right, so I'll let that install, and I'll be back once it's done. All right, now that it's done installing, let's open up this client folder, and here I'll clean a couple of things. So we'll not be using this logo, so I'll delete it. We will not be using this index CSS, so I'll delete that. I'll delete everything, like remove everything in the app CSS because we're going to be using Semantic UI. I'll delete this app test file, and actually in the public, I'm going to change the title of the app. I decided to call this Hi World because it's a social media app. So I'll call this Hi World like this, and save that. Let's go back to the source folder, and here in the app I'm gonna delete everything inside of here. I'll just have a div for now, and I'll have a header one says Hi World like this. Of course we'll remove the import for the logo because that doesn't exist anymore. And yeah, let's save all of this and let's see. Let's start our server. So here we'll say npm start. And in a different terminal, we'll go to the, we'll cd into the client folder and we'll say npm start. So now we started the server, now we'll start the client. Okay, it says can't resolve index CSS. Yes, because something is importing it. Yeah, it's the index.js is importing that and we deleted it. All right, so the app is started and cool, we get hi world and hopefully no errors, probably none. Yes, no errors. And if we go back to our app, I notice if each time I save, both the development server of the server and the client are restarting because of nodemon on the server. So let's go here and in the package.json, we don't want nodemon right now because we're not making any changes on the server code. So we'll add another script here and say serve, and here we'll say just node index. And of course now if we run serve, let's say npm run serve. Now each time we make any changes, it will not re-trigger that restart the server, the server, not the client server. All right, so should be fine now. And here in the app, what we need to do right now, we want to set up our Apollo client, our Apollo provider, and provide our Apollo client to our application so that we will be able to connect to our GraphQL server. We could do it in the app.js, but I would rather have it in a separate component, and here we'll call it Apollo provider.js. And actually we need to install a couple of dependencies to get that. So here in a terminal window we'll say, actually make sure you're in the client folder, so cd client. And here in the client folder I'm going to say npm install. We're going to install a couple of things. First is the Apollo /React hooks. Did I mention we're going to be using only hooks here? If you're not familiar with hooks, I have a series on hooks on this channel if you want to dive deeper into that. So we're going to install Apollo cache in memory. What do we need? Let me look. So we need Apollo link HTTP. And we need Apollo client, of course. So Apollo client. All right, that's it for now. Let them install and let's go to the provider. Here, this provider is basically gonna export a JSX element. So we need React. So we'll say import React from React. Here what we're going to export is a Apollo provider that wraps the application, the entire app. So we need to import the app into this provider. So here we'll say import app from the same directory /app like this. And we need Apollo client. So we'll say import Apollo client from Apollo-client. Here we import the in-memory, the cache in-memory library. So here we'll say import, what is it called? In-memory cache, yes. In-memory cache from Apollo cache in memory. And usually you'll install a library called Apollo Boost and it does all of this for you. But I've had issues with Apollo Boost when it comes to authentication tokens and saving them and setting a middleware for checking a token. So I'm going to do the setup myself. Here we'll say import. It's just a tiny setup. It's just one file that you write and you'll never touch again. So here we'll say create HTTP link. We need this from let me type this. We need it from Apollo link HTTP. So here we'll say from Apollo link HTTP. We're importing a bunch of things. This is the last one. This is Apollo provider. So this is the JSX element that will provide the client to our app, and this is gonna come from Apollo at Apollo/React hooks. All right, so here we'll say const HTTP link. We'll just instantiate, or actually we need to call that. So we'll say create HTTP link, and here we'll pass it some options. We just need the URI for now, and this is going to be pointing to our GraphQL server. So what is the endpoint for our server, which is just localhost 5000. So we'll say HTTP, and here we'll say localhost 5000. Of course, this in production this will be different, so bear in mind. Here we'll create our client, so we'll say const client equals new Apollo client, and here we'll pass a link, which is this HTTP link that we created, and we'll pass a cache value that will store any cached data. And here we'll just instantiate the in-memory cache. So you say new in-memory cache like this, call it like that. And here we just need to export this provider. So we'll say export default, and we'll export Apollo provider. And this takes a client, which is gonna be the client that we created right here. And this will wrap the app. So we need to put the app here. And now we need to use this in the index.js. So here we'll say import, what is it? Apollo provider from same directory, Apollo provider. And here, instead of rendering the app, we just pass this Apollo provider. So like this. So we don't need the app. And actually, we don't need any JSX elements here. So we don't need React. So we can just do that. Let's save everything, and let's make sure that our app is still running. Okay, so import error Apollo provider not exported. Is it not exported? Oh, here it's Apollo provider like that, and we need to put it here as well. Apollo provider. Let's save. All right, it runs just fine. And if we go to our app, it says hi world. Of course, there's no difference, but by the way, did I mention you need to install Apollo DevTools for Chrome? You can say Apollo DevTools Chrome and go here and just add it to your Chrome as an extension. And if you're using any other browser, maybe you'll find it, maybe not, I don't know. So you just add it to your browser. And here, if I click F12, actually, let me refresh this. Click F12. Where is the Apollo? Did I not add it? Okay, for some reason I had to close the DevTools and open them again. All right, so here in Apollo we get this graphical tool, the same tool that we get on our server endpoint. And here if we say query, say get, there we go. We're getting our queries right here. That means our Apollo provider in our app is actually accessing the server. And if we say get posts, I want to get the ID and get the body, and click Control Enter, and there we go. We're actually fetching the posts from our database, and our Apollo provider is connected to our server, and everything is working fine. Well, hello class, and welcome to class 2 on the channel Classed. So many classes, and we're not even using class-based component. How did that come to be? All right, so enough of the nonsense. So now that we've hooked up our application with Apollo, and by hooked up our application with Apollo, I mean we set up our Apollo provider and we connected our Apollo client to our Apollo server, Apollo. So before we use any GraphQL queries and mutations and fetch any data and show it, we need to set up as our application, because we need to set up some basic markup because this doesn't look good. All right, so what I want to focus on this video is to introduce the router and create different pages. Mainly, we're going to create the home and login login and register page. All right, I'm going to stop talking and start writing code. Okay, so make sure you got your server running at port 5000 and the client running. And let's open up a new tab, and here let's install React Router DOM. So let's say npm install React Router and DOM. And since we're installing stuff, I just want to say quickly, we're going to be using, like I said, Semantic UI. It's really cool. You can actually install it through the command line and kind of customize a couple of things, but I'm just going to install it, just install the CSS and install this React integration called Semantic UI React. Very creative, hahaha. And so what we're going to do is, okay, let's go to get started. We're just gonna run this yarn add or npm install semantic UI React, and we need to install the CSS as well. So we're gonna say install semantic UI CSS. So we're gonna add those two. So here we'll say semantic UI CSS and semantic UI React. Let those install, and here in the app JS file, let's bring the router and route. So here we'll say import browser router. I'm gonna give it an alias router because it makes more sense. I'm pretty sure one day they'll change it to just router. All right, so here we'll say React from React router DOM, and here above our CSS we want to bring semantic UI. Just in case you don't know, the reason why, because if we want to change anything, we will change it through our custom CSS, and the fact that we have it after, it's going to override the default styles from Semantic UI, aka cascading. So semantic UI CSS slash semantic .min.css like this. So now the CSS, we have it in our app, and we can use the semantic UI React and just use those React components. So here, actually here, instead of this div, we're gonna put the router. So we'll say router, and inside of here we'll have so we'll have our routes. So first route will be the home route. So we'll say exact path, and the path will be to slash component will be home. By the way, I just want to say quickly, I'm not gonna be explaining the kind of the basics of React, because this is more of a Apollo course. If you want to know the basics of React, you can do my 0 to 60 tutorial, or you can do anyone else's, as long as you learn the basics. All right, so here another route is the login route. So it will say exact path equals, or not equals actually, oh yeah, equals. I'm confusing myself, guys. All right, so register or login, and component will be login. Of course, we'll create these components in a second. Let's just copy this, click here and do register. This will be capital R. So here, and we'll create a I've already created the folder components, but I'll create another folder, call it pages, and inside of here we'll have login.js, we'll have home.js, and we'll have a register.js. Here we'll say RFC. Why is it not working? Or RCF? Yeah, RCF. All right, so here we'll say at the bottom export default register. And these, by the way, even though they're functions, but you have to have them Pascal cased, meaning the first letter has to be capital. For some reason, it doesn't work if it's not. All right, so here we'll just have a header one for now, saying register page. Save. Let's copy all of this, go to the home, and just Control D here and say home. So home page, and these are renamed to home. Let's go to the login as well, paste this, and just say login here, just to have a couple of different pages for now. We'll populate them later. All right, let's close them. Let's import them. So here we'll say import. We'll have home from same directory pages slash home, and we can just copy this 2 more times. So here we'll say login, and here we'll say register. All right, one thing that I want to do is I want to have a navbar at the top, and we can go here in React semanticui.com and go to right here menu. They call it menu, and I want to get this one. Oh no, not this one. This one that looks like tabs. Looks cool. Let's actually just copy this entire component. Just copy that. And let's go to our app. And I'm going to create a component here, call it menu bar. They call it menu, so I'm going to call it menu. Why not? I'm going to close this terminal. So here, this is a class-based component. Of course, we need to change that because we only want functional components. So here we'll say function, what is it, menu bar, and we're gonna export it, export default menu bar. And here, instead of component, we're gonna get use state. And right here, instead of state like this, we will say const active item and set active item equals use state, and this will start with an empty string. And the way these work is that each menu item you have here has a name, and if the active property is true, that means it's going to be highlighted. That means we're active on this page right now, and this name will be rendered as the name of the tab with the first letter capitalized. So if this returns true, that means if the active item right here has the value of messages, the tab messages will be highlighted, or the nav link will be highlighted. So each time we click one, we want to change the active item name to the name of that menu item, if that makes sense. I think it does. All right, so we need to say this is either a const or a function. I'm just going to keep it as an arrow function like that. But the difference here, instead of setting state, we're going to say set active item and just pass it this name so that it changes it. And we don't need a render because this is a functional component. We just return, and we need to remove this curly brace here. I'm going to remove the segment. I'm not going to have any image. Remove this wrapping div. Just keep the menu, and here we don't need to import segment, we just need menu. So we've set up our navbar, but of course we don't want messages and friends and logout. We want, so the first one, we want it to be the home. So we'll give it a name home, and the active will be active when it's home. And here we don't pass, the on-click event will be this handle click, but we don't give it this dot because this is not a class-based component anymore. We just pass it like that. And here we'll have a login tab or nav link, and this will be login as well. And actually I want the login and the logout button or the register button to be on the right, so I'm gonna put it inside of this other menu that's positioned on the right. So that's the login, that's fine. And instead of logout, we'll have register here, register. Make sure to change this one as well. Okay, let's save, let's see what this looks like. But we're not going to see it because we haven't used it here. So let's say here import menu bar from components / menu bar, and we're going to put it at the top here. So menu bar, so it's going to be on the page regardless of what page we're in. All right, let's save everything. Let's make sure our app is running without any errors. It's compiling. All right, it runs successfully. Let's look at our app. Let's refresh. Okay, there's a problem. On-click this handle effect. Oh, did I not save? I did. Oh yeah, I thought I removed this. Okay, now it should work. All right, so we get the menu, but it's huge. So let's put everything in a container. So we go back to the Semantic UI, the container. Where is it? Right here. All right. What's cool about this documentation is that you can see as well what it renders eventually. So let's use it, and I want to show you something as well. So we'll just copy that, and let's go in the app. I'll close this terminal window, and here we'll say import container from Semantic UI React, and let's wrap everything. Let's cut everything and wrap it in a container component. So tab and put everything inside. Let's look at our app. We have two home buttons. Let's fix that. So here, just remove this, save. All right, so we get our buttons. None of them is active, but if you click one, it becomes active. But we're not browsing to different pages. But I want to show you something quickly. So we got the container, right? But don't forget, at the end of the day, we've linked the CSS. So we can actually just replace this container with div. and give it a class name of UI container, because if you look at the documentation, at the end of the day, it's just going to render a UI container, a div with a class UI container, which tells our CSS that, which tells our page that this is from the Semantic UI CSS. And in fact, we have the same effect here. But just don't forget, with Semantic UI, you have to always have this UI thing. If you just say div.container, it's not going to work. All right, we're going to revert back to using the container component. Just wanted to show you that. And here, we want these to be links. So these menu items, what's cool about these components from Semantic UI React, it's an integration. So we can still say as, and we can have it as a different component. We can have it behave as a different component as well. And we want it to behave as a link. So we want to import that. So let's say import link from React router DOM. And here we want it to behave as link. So here we can pass the props that will be on the link, which we just need 2. So this is the home. We want it to go to just slash. Let's copy these 2 and paste them here. This will go to slash login, because those pages are there. If you go to login slash login, we will see that the login page is there. It's just that they're not linked. Let's go back. So this will go to slash login, and this will go to slash register like this. Let's save all files. And let's look at our app. All right, so we get the navigation, but the home initially is not active. All right, so the way we can solve this is that what I wanted to do is I want it to be by default on the home, and then when we click, it changes. So we can start by saying home here, use state home, and it starts there. And if we go there to any other page, it goes to that one, and as well it highlights that one. Let's make these buttons bigger, and let's go here. So in our menu, we have a property size, and by the way, you can do control space, and you can so scroll up. You can see all the properties that you can add. Of course, you can see them on the documentation. Here we have a property size, and we have these sizes. I think the biggest is massive. And I want to give a color as well to the active item of teal. Let's save. Let's look. All right, so they're, for some reason, like the biggest size is actually not that big, but that's fine. That's fine by me. Those are big enough. All right, so it's got this cool teal color. One thing that we need to fix though, if you just go to the page slash login like this, it's not gonna highlight login. It's just gonna set home as active. So what we want to do is we want to, each time the menu bar loads, it looks at the link that we're at, and depending on this link, we actually set the link active. So if this link says slash login, we set this active. If this link says slash register, we set this to active. So let's go to our menu bar, and here we can say const path name, and we can get this just from the JavaScript from the window object. This is just JavaScript window.location and .path name. And depending on where we're at, this can be just slash, this can be slash about, whatever page you're in. So the way we're going to determine that we're in the home page, it's not going to be slash home. It's just going to be slash. So we're going to check for that. So here we'll have another variable called just path, and we'll say if path name, so we'll do a ternary operator, equals just slash, then we want to set the path to the word home. Else, so colon, what do we do? Yeah, okay, so what we do here is that we have slash about, for example, or slash login, because that's more the case in our app. We don't want it to set it to slash login, because that will confuse these items and they will not be active. We just want this. So we can use the JavaScript function substring. So we'll say path name dot substring, or actually just sub str. And we can start at an index. We want to start at the index 1, which is this one, and we want to get the rest of the string, so we'll just leave it like that. So if it's a login, it's just going to take this without taking the slash, and it's going to set it to that page. Now we want to as well set the active item to that path, so we want to pass it to our use state, and of course this will come after this logic right here. All right, let me remove this comment and save. and this should work. All right, it works. So if we go to /login, it sets that to active, and if we go to /register, it sets that to active. And if we change them, they do change, and the page actually changes. All right, so that's that with setting the routes and implementing Semantic UI. Hello class, welcome to part 3 of this series. I mean class 3, I don't know what part is, I'm trying to have a theme here. By the way, if you've reached this far, and especially if you've done the server code as well, give credit to yourself, seriously. You're in the 1% of people that are trying to improve and kind of improve their skills and learn more stuff. You're like this guy right here, you are the hero on a self-actualization and self-development journey. Alright, so enough of that, and let's actually write some code. Okay, so here in the MERNG folder, I'm not going to open the whole folder anymore. I'm just going to open the client folder because we don't need to write any server code anymore. So it's less to look at on the left side. So I'm going to cd one level back, and I'm going to say npm run serve to run the server, and I'll open a new tab. What is this? Go away. And here I'll say npm start to start the client. So here in the home page, it's currently empty. It just says... Alright, it's currently empty, it just says homepage. Let's actually use some query, the get posts query, and fetch them and show them on this page. I'm gonna close this client, the terminal, so it doesn't take space. Here we'll need the use query hook, use query, and we're gonna get that from Apollo React hooks. And actually we need to install a couple of things, so let me open a new tab, a new terminal tab. And here we'll say npm install. Make sure again you're in the client folder, and we'll install GraphQL and GraphQL dash tag like this. And here let's get the GraphQL tag. Let's say import, and the convention is to call it GQL from GraphQL. And here we need to write this GraphQL query that we're gonna we're gonna use, or we're gonna... I don't even know what you do to a GraphQL query. Alright, so here we'll call this fetch underscore posts underscore query. Here we'll say g equals GQL, and we'll put our query here, and it's the get posts query, and we're gonna get essentially everything. So we'll get the ID, we'll get the body, we'll get the created at, and we'll get the username, and we'll get the like count, and from the likes as well we'll get so let's do like this. We'll get the username of the person that liked, we'll get the comment count, and we'll get from comments array we'll get the ID, username, and created at, and the body of the comment. Alright. By the way, I've mentioned this before, if you want syntax highlighting inside the GQL tag template, you can get this GraphQL for VS Code extension, and that will do that for you. Alright, let's save, let it format. Why does it not format? Oh, of course, because I need to wrap this in a query tag, so we'll do like that, and then save. Alright, cool. So here we'll actually run this query, so we'll say const, and from use query we get a couple of things. From them there is loading, which is true when we're actually loading, and there is data, and which has the data. So here we'll say equals use query, and then we'll pass it our fetch posts query, and yeah, that's it. So here we can just say if data, so if we have data, we can say console log data, so we'll see what we get. So let's save this. Let's actually close this terminal because it's taking too much space, or let me close it. Alright, so there's a problem here. GraphQL does not contain, because it's from GraphQL tag, not GraphQL. Let's go back. Let's open up our console. And there we go, we get an object, and it's got 4 posts. Alright, and our posts are stored in the get posts object because that's how queries and mutations work. So what we can do, we can just destructure that. So from that we get posts, and we can even give it an alias, which is just posts, because it makes more sense. So here what we need to do, we need to iterate through these posts and show them. And for this I'm going to use the semantic UI. Okay, we're here. Where is it? We we need the grid. I'm gonna use a three column grid layout, so we can just copy this grid tag from here. Let's go to our home. I'll paste this here. We need to close the grid component. Let's remove these two columns, and here we need to import that. So we need to say import grid from Semantic UI React. I'm going to remove the divided because I don't want that divider line. And here I'm going to put another row at the top to put like a title of the page. And here we'll say, we'll put a header one and say recent posts. And here we'll have another row under that row, and this will have a column. But actually, let's cut this column. And inside of this row, we want to check if we're loading, because I want to add like a loading spinner thing. And if we're loading, so if that's true, we do a ternary operator. And here for now, I'm just gonna put a header one and say loading posts ... And then here we'll put colon. So else, then we're gonna actually iterate through our posts. So here we'll say, and the thing is, by the way, this can be null or undefined because data itself is not populated. So we need to check for it first if it's truthy. So we'll say if posts, so posts and now we can loop through them. So we'll say posts dot map, and for each post, actually what's happening? Oh, actually we don't need this because we're already in a JavaScript block. So we can say for each post, we want to return the following. And here we will paste that column back, but we're not going to have an image. And inside of here, we can put everything that relates to the post. But of course, let's put this in its own component so that we'll have smaller components and, better modularity. So here I'll call this post card. Of course, we haven't created it yet. And let's pass it the post. So we'll pass it a property called post with the value of this post. All right, let's close this. And because we're iterating through, and in React, when we iterate through, we need to give a key value to our topmost component or key attribute. And this will be the post ID because that's unique, so we don't have to worry about non-unique keys. Let's remove this if data console log data. Let's save this. Of course, this is gonna have an error because we don't have postcard yet. Let's import it and then create it. So we'll say import postcard from, we put it in components. So we go back one level, we go to components / postcard like this. Let's create that. So postcard.js. And here we'll import React. And we'll import a couple of things from Semantic UI. So we'll have the card, we'll have the icon, and we'll have the label. I think that's it for now from Semantic UI, not CSS, React. And here we'll say function post card, and we'll get the props because we're passing some props down. Here we need to say export default post card, and here we will say return. And before return, we need to get our properties, so we can say const. So we're gonna get the body, we're gonna get the created at, we're gonna get what else? ID, username, body. Oh, we got body already. What do we get? Like count, yeah. And so we need to get comment count like that, and the likes. All right, I think that's it. Let me look back. Likes. Yeah, that's it. Comment count and like count. Yeah, that's fine. So we get them from props.post. Or actually, let's just copy all of this. We can destructure it straight away inside of here. So here we'll say from props and from post, we're gonna destructure all of this. So we don't need to do this expression here. All right, so here we will return a card, and actually we can just copy one card from here. Let's just go. I don't have to type everything when it's already here. I want something that looks like this. I want to get the Molly one. Let's get the second one. So all of this card tag, copy that. Our card component. All right, so here we have our card. Card content floated right, that's fine. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I want to leave that image. But here, instead of this relative path, we need to get the actual path of that, or the link to that image. So let's do this. Let's get that link, copy it, and let's paste it here. All right, so the header is not Molly Thomas. It's actually the username of whoever posted this post. So here we'll put the username. And here the meta will be the created at date. So here, but the created at date right now is a ISO string, so we need to format it. So let's open a new terminal tab and install moment. So let's say npm install moment and give that a moment to install. Ha ha ha. So here we'll say import moment from moment, and here in the meta we'll say moment, and we'll pass it the created at, oops, what is that? Created at, and here we'll say dot from now, which we'll do like kind of like an hour ago or 5 hours ago, etc. So here let's in the description, this is the body of the card. We'll just say body, which is the body of the post. And here let's remove this stuff, and because we're gonna have some different buttons here. Let's just put a paragraph saying buttons here, and let's save everything. See if there's something wrong. Oh, okay, I just didn't save. I didn't save when I added this import line at the top. Okay, let's close this. Okay, image is not defined. Oh yeah, because we didn't import image. So here, image from Semantic UI. All right, cool. So we get our posts, and they don't have any margin between them. So let's fix that. So here, let's go back here to the home. This column right here, let's give it some inline styling. Just say margin bottom. Let's give it 20 pixels. Let's save that. Cool. We get some margin bottom, and okay, so I want to remove this ago, because obviously if it's to 2 hours, that means it's 2 hours ago. We can do that by here in the from now. We can by default it passes it false. We'll pass it true, and it will remove that ago. All right, so just 2 hours, 2 hours. And the thing is, these cards are not taking the full width of the container div, or not the container, I mean this column div. So what we need to do, so here in the card we can just add this property called fluid, which will let them take up more space. Cool. All right, they look better now. Let's make, just like Facebook, let's make this timestamp a link into the post itself. So here for this card meta, we're going to say as, and it's going to be a link, and we're going to give it a property too. And this, let's do backticks, and we'll say slash posts slash $ curly braces, and here we'll put the ID of the post. Of course, we need to import link as well. So let's import link from React route DOM, and let's save. Let's look at it. All right, so this becomes a link and it takes us there. Of course, there's nothing here. All right, cool. So this takes us to that ID, etc., etc. All right, so let's actually add these buttons, the like and comment buttons. So the way I want to do it, I want to use this button right here. Where's button? Yeah, button here. I should have opened it already. So I want to use this button. I think it looks sick. So here, let's copy this first button right here. And here in the extra div, let's paste it. And of course, let's import button from Semantic UI. We already have label and icon installed, imported. And here in this button, it's going to be as div, label position right, that's fine. But I want this to be a teal because it's the like button. And I'm going to leave it as the heart, and I don't want it to say like because that's kind of self-explanatory. And here we'll have a label, it's not going to be an anchor tag, so we'll remove that. The color will be teal. And instead of this just hard-coded value, we'll have a number, and this will be the like count. All right, let's save, let's see what this looks like. Cool, it looks, but it looks like as if we already liked it. So I want it to be just kind of outline only. So I think, yeah, this button right here, I think we just need to add it. Yeah, it's just we add basic here. All right, cool. It's just outlined because I wanted to, because of course we need to later implement when we log in or when we're logged in that we can like, but when we're logged out, I want it to be kind of outlined like this, and when we click it, it takes us to the login page. Right now, when we click it, it doesn't do anything. Actually, let's add a onClick button event. So here we'll say onClick equals, and let's call this function like post. Let's create that right here. Say function like post. Of course, for now, it's just gonna console log like post like that. And we want as well another button for the comment for comments. So let's cut that and copy and paste it. So div, that's fine. Right on click is gonna say comment on post. We can create that as well. So here we'll say function comment on post. It's just gonna console log comment on post. So here we have comment on post. We have a button, but this button I want it to be blue, and the icon is gonna be comments, and the label is gonna be of color blue and basic. That's fine, pointing left. And here we will have the comment count and not the like count. All right, let's save. All right, we get the. This is interesting. Actually, this is a different icon. I think I meant to type comment, not comments. Yeah, okay, I was using this icon, but actually I prefer the new icon because it has multiple comments instead of just one. Okay, yeah, cool. So now we're showing the actual comment count and the like count, and we're showing these two buttons. Of course, they don't do anything right now. They just print some logs to our console. But of course, we need to implement this functionality later to have them do stuff, but that's gonna come after we handle authentication, because of course we need to be logged in for us to be able to like and comment on posts. One thing I want to fix though is this title, this recent posts. I want to put it in the middle and have some margin to the top. So let's go to the home. Right here, let's give this a class. So here, this row, let's give it a class name, and let's call this page-title. Let's go to our app CSS, say .page title, and let's give it a display block, and let's say a text align center, and let's say font size. Let's give it some font size, some bigger font size of 2 rem, and some margin top as well. Margin top of 10 pixels. Let's save all files. All right, there's something wrong. Okay, let's look at here. Oh no, here. Okay, the display block is not being applied because it's being overridden by the .row. We can just simply say, we can add the important thing to it. Yeah, okay, now it's fixed. All right, that's just this minor fix that I wanted to do. In the next video, we're going to work on logging in and registering users, so look forward to that. Hey class, and welcome back. I have nothing cringy to say in this intro, so let's just get to it. All right, so in the last class, we fetched all our posts and showed them on the homepage. So it would be nice to actually now have a login and a register form, so let's do just that. All right, let's go to our app. And here in the register component, we're gonna use a form. So let's say up here, import form from Semantic UI React. And the way form works, if you go to the Semantic UI React documentation, is that you just put a form, and inside of it you put a form field, and then inside of that you can put a label and then an input with all the props that you want it to have, or the attributes. But there's another way, which is better in my opinion to do, is that you just have a form input here, and you put all those props inside of just this one component. So we'll use that approach. So here inside of the div here, instead of saying just the header one, we'll put a form. So let's say form, and you will have an on submit, which is on submit, which we haven't created yet, but we will. And we will say as well no validate, because HTML5 by default tries to validate email fields. So here we'll say we'll have a header one saying register, and here we'll have our first form field. So we'll say form dot field, or input rather. And here we'll say, actually we'll not close it, we'll have a couple of attributes here. We'll have a label for the register, and it will, actually this is the first field, which is going to be the username field. So we'll have a label saying username, and we'll have a placeholder saying username like this. Actually, this needs to be capital U as well. We'll have a name, which we'll use to identify what field this is when we're like changing and submitting stuff. So this will be username like that. And we'll have a value. I'm gonna give this, actually we can initialize this right now. So we'll say const, and we'll have values, and we'll have set values equals use state, and it's gonna be these default values will be username. We'll have an empty string, and we'll have a password, which is an empty string. We'll have an email, which is an empty string, and we'll have a confirm password, which is an empty string as well. Okay, this doesn't make sense in terms of order. Doesn't matter that much, but I just like to keep it kind of the same order that I'll put the fields. All right, so here we'll have the value would be value.username or values.username, and here we'll have an onChange. So onChange will be onChange, which we'll create in a moment. So let's close this. So this is our first input. Let's copy this 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. So the second one will be the email. So the label will say email. The placeholder will say email. The name will say email, and I should have control D, but I'll do it in the next one. The values as well, values.email. So here, let's click here and control D once and say password. And the name, click here and control D1 and say password like this with a lowercase p. And here, let's click here and say confirm password like this. And here, this will be confirm password like that. And of course, we need a button for submitting this form. So we'll have a button. This is a semantic UI button, so we need to import it in a second. So this will be of type submit because it's a form. Let's give it the primary attribute so that it becomes blue. And you will say register. All right, let's go up here. We need to bring button. And we also need to import use state from React because we're using it. So we'll say use state like that. Let's now write these on submit and on change. So here we'll say const on change equals, we'll take an event, and it will it's just gonna set the values. But remember, here we need to spread our existing values, otherwise it's just gonna override it with one key value attribute pair. And here we need to get event.target .name. This is going to be the name of the field because it's going to be this name right here, and event.target.value to give it that to give it the value of that. All right, so that's that for on change. Now we need the on submit. So here we'll say const on submit equals, it's going to take the event, and we're gonna first, of course, prevent default. So prevent default, and here we need to check and send our, actually we don't check, we're not going to do any client side validation because we already have our server side validation. So we need to straight away send a mutation to our server and persist these users if the data is valid. So here we'll actually write our GraphQL mutation. So here we'll say const register user, and it will be GQL. We need to import this as well. So we'll say mutation register, and this will take a couple of variables. So it will take a username of type string, and that's required. We can just copy this just to be like quick. So 3 more times. So we'll have an email, a password, a confirm password, and here, so after this we'll say like that, and this will trigger the register mutation, which takes a register input if you remember our server code, and this will have a couple of things, and this will have a username. It's the same things, but we need to give them as variables here. So username, and we can just copy this 3 more times, and here will be an email. Here will be the password, and here will be the, oops, I need to control D and say confirm password. Alright, so after this is triggered, we need to get a couple of fields back. So we'll get all of them. So the ID, the email, the username, the created at, and of course, most importantly, the token, the JWT token. Of course, we need to import GQL. So let's go up here. We'll say import GQL from GraphQL tag. And we need to as well the use mutation hook. So we'll say import use mutation from at Apollo / React hooks, not common, hooks. All right, so here we'll say, let's remove this white space. We'll say const, and we'll get a couple of things from here, from this. So we'll use array destructuring, and let's call this function add user. And we'll have a couple of things from here, but we'll just get the loading. And here we'll say equals use mutation, and we'll pass it our register user mutation. And here for the options, we'll have a function called update, and this will be triggered if the mutation is successfully executed. So this will give us a couple of things. The proxy that we will rarely use. It's got some metadata, and here we'll have a result. This will hold the result of the mutation. So here let's just console log the result for now and see what happens. And I think, yeah, this is it for now. Oh, we need to give the variables, because this is a mutation. We need to give some variables of the mutations. We can do here. So username is values.username, and then attach the other three. But since the object of values is the same, that is those values that we want to send, we can just say variables is values. Simple as that. And now, of course, we need to trigger this add user function when we submit our form. But the thing is, we can't just put it here, and we can't put this above here. Or can we? Well, actually, we can. Yeah, we can just put this above here. And so we have access to the add user. Yeah, so you can just say add user like this, and that will work. All right, let's, I think this is it. Let's save. Let's make sure that we have no errors here. We don't, cool. It says that we're not using loading, but we'll use it in a second. All right, so let's look at our form. All right, it's way too wide. Let's fix that. So here for our wrapping div, we can give it a class name of form container, or container, like this. And let's go to our app CSS. Here we'll say .form-container, and we can just say width is 400 pixels, and let's give it a margin auto so it's pushed to the middle. Auto. Let's save all files. All right, it looks much better now. Okay, let's open up the console window, put them side by side, and see what happens if we just send. Yeah, if we just send the form empty like that, we get errors. We can't see them here, but they're actually encapsulated in the errors object that we can get from this. But if we register a new user successfully, let's say new, let's give some valid data. So new and new email.com, and here we'll say 1 through 6. And oh, actually I forgot to say this is of type password. So let's quickly change that. So here these passwords are, where are they? Oh, I didn't even give the type actually. So let's give the type to these, just for good measure. So this one will be type, this is the username, type text. Just copy this. Here we can just give a type of email. And for the password, we'll give a type of password. And we can just copy this one more time and give it to the confirm password, a type of password as well. All right. Let's look at our app. Now, if we type something here, it's hidden. So here we'll say new, and the email will be new@email.com, and the password will be 1 through 6, and the confirm password will be the same thing. And we hit enter. There we go. We get data back, which holds a data object, which holds a register object, because that's the name of the mutation, and we get exactly the fields we want. All right, that's brilliant. But what we want to do is we want to redirect to the home page once the user is registered successfully, and we want to use that loading boolean when we send some data. We want it to see like spinning. That's really easy with Semantic UI. What we can do, let's go to our form here. We can give it a class name, And if the class name is loading, it's gonna have a spinner in the middle. So here we'll have actually a dynamic value, and we'll say if loading, it's the loading that we got from the use mutation. Then we give it a class of loading, else we give it like just an empty class like that. All right, let's save. So let's go to our app. And here you can see briefly the loading spinner comes for a second and then goes because like the response comes way too fast, but it does have a loading effect. All right, so what we need to do now is we need to handle errors, because we can get some errors from our request and we need to show them on our form. So here, after the update, I'm gonna say on error, which is this other function, or other function that we have, and it holds the error. And here we'll say, actually, what do we do? Oh, we need to actually have some errors in our component, and then we set them here if they exist. So here we'll say const, and we'll have errors like this, and we'll have a set errors function equals use state, and we'll pass this an empty object like that. And inside of here, so if we get errors, we just want to say set errors. Let's put a comma here, and these will be inside of error dot GraphQL errors. I get some autocomplete because I typed it before, but here GraphQL errors, you can return multiple errors, but the way our server code is written is that we give one error, and inside of that there's an object that holds all those errors. So we will access the first error like this in this array, and we say dot extensions, which is this object that's inside of it, dot exception, and here we have put our errors, if you remember when we wrote this code in our server code. So here we set those errors to these errors, and we can actually console log them just to make sure that this is what we're looking for. So here we'll say console log, and we console log exactly that, and then we set it to our errors. But of course we need to show them on our markup. So I didn't find a way how to do this with Semantic UI React, but so I'm just going to use the Semantic UI CSS because we have access to that as well. So here we'll have a div, or just like this, .ui.error.message, and here we need to put a UL with a class of list. And here we need to loop through our errors and access them. But the way our errors work is we get a key called, for example, username, and then we get an error called username must not be empty. So we don't need the keys, we just need to show the errors. So what we need to do is object.values. So we access the values and not the keys of errors, because we have that in our state, or like set state variable, .map, and we map through them. So for each value we want to display an li, so we just do like this, parentheses, we'll display an li. Since we're iterating through an array, we need to say we need to give it a key because we're in React, and this key will be the value because these are unique. And here we'll say, and what it contains as well is the value of this error. And of course this is conditional because we might not have errors at all, so let's cut that. And here we'll say we can, if we check if we just have errors, it will be truthy because we have errors all the time and it's an empty object at the beginning. So what we need to check if this errors has any keys. So we'll say object.keys of errors dot length bigger than 0. So if the length of it is bigger than 0, then there is some keys, and that means we have some errors. So let's show this. So we'll say and we put parentheses, and we put everything back in here. All right, so let's save that. Let's go to our app. Okay, let's submit an empty form, and right now we should get an error for username, for email, and for password as well. And we do. So username must not be empty, email must not be empty, and password must not be empty. But let's invalidate these as well, because it makes more sense to see the ones that are not valid invalidated. We can simply do that by, so in the field we'll add this error property. So error property, which is a boolean, so it's either true or false, but here we'll give it a dynamic value. So for username, we're going to check for errors.username, and if that's truthy, so we'll put a ternary operator and say true, else it's false, there's no error for username. So let's copy this, paste it here for email, and change this to email. Let's paste it for the password and change it to password. And let's put it to the confirm password and change it to confirm password. Let's save that. Let's look at our form. Let's make it full screen. And here let's say, so let's have no username and let's put a valid email. So new@email.com, and put like I'll put 1 through 6, and then here put 1 through 7. So there we go. It says username must not be empty and passwords must match. So let's fix that. That's fixed. You get just username, and if I put new here and say register, just press enter. Oh, actually the username is taken because we registered that new user. So here we can say new to, and it register. Oh, it says username is taken. Do I have new to as well? Okay, so I have a new and I have a new to in the database. So I'm just gonna delete those for now and test again. Let's delete this as well. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, that's confusing. New is here. Let's delete that. Oh, actually, one thing I forgot. So here, once we submit and it's successful and we add a user, on the update here, once we get our successful result, we need to redirect to the home page. So here we'll say props.history.push, and we'll just push the slash, which is the home page. And of course, we need to take our props as well from the parent component. All right, so let's save that. Proxy, we don't need to use it, so we can omit it and just put an underscore here. So let's go to our app right here, and here let's put some valid data. So we deleted that new user, so we can use this again. So let's say new at email.com, and let's put 1 through 6, register. There we go. We get a cool spinner, and we are logged in, and we go to the home page, and we get this token back. Now, of course, we're not putting this token in any application state or anything for now, but the register is working and it's sending a request, and we're successfully registering this user. And if we check, there we go, new@email.com. All right, let's do the same for the login page as well. So what we need to do is, actually we can copy everything from here, from the register page, and we go to the login component and paste everything. Here, actually, one thing that I want to do is let's put this on change and the on submit. Let's put them in a custom hook, because otherwise we're repeating the same code across 2 components. So let's copy this. Actually, let's open up the side here. Let's create a new file inside a folder called util. So util/hooks, and here we'll keep our custom hooks. So from the login, we can copy the on change. And here, let's import, we'll need use state because we want to store the values here as well from React. And here we'll say const, export const. I've written this hook for the custom hook video that I have, so you might be familiar with it. So this will be, it will take a callback, and I'll explain what this does in a second. And it will take an initial state. And this will be by default an empty object, and it will do the following. And here we'll have, let's paste that, and then let's copy as well this values from here, or like this from here, and let's paste it here. But this will be actually the initial state. So here in the login, or actually in the register, let's fix the register first. So here we'll say const initial state equals that. And here in the hook, we take an initial state, and then we use state, and we pass it the initial state like that. And the on change will be, I think, the same. Yeah, it's the same. So we get an event, and we set values, these values to that. That's fine. And then we'll have the on submit. So we'll say const on submit. We'll take an event, and it will event.prevent default. Oops, I misspelled default like that. And here it will call that callback, because the thing is, we don't, depending on what page this use form is used in, the callback can be different, right? I know in our case it's not, but we make it more generic by passing this callback and then calling it from here. Now, of course, we need to return these values and the on change and the on submit so that we can use them in the component. So we'll say return, and we return an object with the on change, the on submit, and the values like that. All right, so our hook is done. Let's save it. And here in the register, let's import that hook. So here we'll say import, what is it called? Use form. Actually, because it's not the default, we need to do like that. from, go back one level to util/hooks. So here we don't need to say this like that. We just need to extract those. So we'll say const, and we'll get the onChange, the onSubmit, and the values from use form. So this will take a callback. Let's give it the add user function as the callback, and let's give it the initial state, which is going to be this. So let's copy what's inside of this initial state. We can just pass it like that without actually declaring a variable here. So here we have those. We have the onChange and the onSubmit, so we can just remove this, and we can remove this. So, but the problem here, of course, the add user is not recognized up here, but as well, if we take this and we put it underneath here, the values up here will not be recognized because they're coming from here. So a workaround around this is we can declare a function here, say function, let's call it register user, and this will simply just call the add user function, which we get from here, and then we can pass this as this callback right here. Now you might be wondering, what the hell, why does this not be recognized up here, but this will? But the way JavaScript works is that all the functions with a keyword function in front of them at the beginning of the program are hoisted, meaning that they are brought up and kind of read through initially, and then even if it's down here but it has the function keyword, it's actually recognized up here, unlike the const variable functions. All right, so this should be fine. Let's we didn't actually see our console log errors, but of course, seeing the result of what happened, we are getting the proper errors. So we can remove these console logs, and let's save everything. Do we not? Yeah, we don't have any errors. Let's check. Let's make sure that everything works the same in a login form. So we go here. All right, cool. So everything works the same. The onSubmit is working, and as well, if we submit some valid data. So here we'll say, I don't know, some just random email for now, and put 1 through 6. There we go, registered, and we're redirected to the homepage. So the hook is working fine. Well, now we need to integrate it in the login form. So here, let's import it. So let's say import use form from, go back one level to util/hooks. And here this is login, not register. Oops, log in. And here we have the errors the same way. We'll have a const, and this will be, let's call it login user. And this will call a mutation of a login user, which we'll create in a second. And update, it will, let's not console log that. We will push to the home page the same way, and we will set the errors the same way. Nothing changes here. And the onSubmit is the same, except it's gonna call, what is it gonna call? It's gonna call the login user from here, and then actually no, we don't have an onSubmit. We're gonna use the use form hook. Excuse me. So here we'll have the onChange, the onSubmit, and we'll have the values from use form, and our callback. So let's make this the callback. So here we'll say function login user. Since we already have login user, let's just call this login user callback like that, and it will simply call the login user. So we'll pass it here as the callback in the login form, and the initial state will be a username. So we only have a username and a password on the login form. It's going to be an empty username, and the password will be an empty password. So the login user will do that. We'll call that, and we'll do the same thing, the callback. All right, so here in our markup, we have a form, the same thing, same stuff here, but for the header, we'll say login, and for the input, we'll have just 2 inputs. So here, let's remove this. Let's keep the password input and remove the email input. So here we'll have a username, the same stuff, nothing changes, and the password as well, the same stuff, nothing changes. So here in the button, we'll say login instead of register. And here for errors, nothing changes as well. But here instead of register user, we'll have a login user. And here we'll have the mutation of login, and we will remove the email, and we'll remove the confirm password. And here we'll have the mutation login, and we don't have a register input, so we can remove that like like this, and we can remove the email, and we can do the password like that, and we can remove this, and we'll get the same data as well from the login mutation. All right, let's save everything. Let's check if this is working. We have no errors. Oh, we have an error. So register is not defined. Oh, because I'm exporting register at the bottom. All right, so here we will export login. Let's save. All right, cool, no errors. Let's check our app. All right, login form, we get this form, and if we log in with empty, it says username must not be empty. And if we put a username, it says password must not be empty. If we put the wrong password, so I'll put 137, click login, it loads, and then it says wrong credentials. But if I put the correct credentials, 136, I click enter, and voila, we are logged in and we get redirected to the homepage. Now, of course, we're not changing the nav bar right here because we still have those buttons, because we don't have an actually application-wide kind of context that knows that we're logged in or not, which we will do in the next class. So look forward to that. Oh, I shouldn't have had that third coffee. Coders problems, eh? Okay, whatever, let's do this. Hello class, and welcome to class 5. So we've done a lot so far. We have created the login and register pages, and they redirect us to the homepage if we log in successfully or register successfully. But the caveat is we're not doing anything with this data right now, because if we log in, if I just type in some valid credentials, we just received some data from our server, but we're not doing anything with it because, for example, you can see that our navbar is still saying login and register. So we need a way to store this user data globally in our application so that whenever a component needs to know whether we're logged in or not, whether we need some permission to do some behavior that's only allowed when we're logged in, so that needs to access it, aka a global state, which we can do through either context or Redux or through some other stuff. We're going to use context because this app is too small for Redux, because we're only going to manage some user data, that's it. So let's actually start to make that a reality. All right, so let's go to our app. Here I'm going to create a new file inside of a folder called context. So call it auth.js because it's going to be our auth context. So here we'll import React from React. So what we're going to create a context. So we'll just actually create this context. Actually, I forgot to get create context from React. And here we'll say const auth context equals create context. And here we'll so we'll pass it a couple of things. Our context will hold a user object, and initially this will be null. And here we'll have a login function, and this will take some data and we'll do something. This is just like kind of a placeholder to have like some sort of like intelligence later. It's not necessary. You can actually omit these two, but it's a good practice, I think. And we'll have a logout, which will take nothing and do something. All right, so here what we need to create is we need to create a reducer. And if you don't know about a reducer, I suggest you get familiar with the patterns of Redux, and then you will know what a reducer is. I'm not gonna like kind of go in depth. It's basically it receives an action with a type and a payload, and then it determines what to do with those two depending on your functionality of your application. So here we'll have a reducer, and we'll call it auth reducer. Oops, reducer like this. And this will take, like I said, the state. Actually, I didn't mention that it takes the state because it needs to change the state, and an action, and it will switch on the action dot state. So on or rather the dot type, not state. So depending on the type of the action, it's going to do something. Of course, any switch needs a default case, and in the default case, we're just going to return the state. Okay, state like this. Now we'll have another case here. Usually you'd put them in variables, but we only have two, so I'm just gonna have them as strings here. One I'll call login like this, and when we log in, we need to return. Of course, we spread the existing state, and we want to add the user. So because we're logging in and we're getting some data, and we want to set our user in our state to this data. So we'll say action user equals action.payload. Now we'll have another case, which is case logout. So here we'll say logout like this. So when we log out, we simply want to clear the data. We want to set the user back to null. So here we'll spread the state. Oops, spread the state and say user is null. All right, so of course we need to use this reducer somewhere, and we'll use it in our auth provider. So here we'll create an auth provider. So function auth not context provider like this, and this will take a props, and I'll tell you later why it takes a props. Takes some props. So here we'll say const state and dispatch. Actually, we need to get the use reducer hook, use reducer, and the use reducer hook takes a reducer and returns a state and a dispatch, and we need to as well give it. So we'll say use reducer. We need to give it our reducer, so the auth reducer, and we need to give it an initial state, which is going to be a user of null. This is our initial state. So now that we have this dispatch, we can use it to dispatch any action and then attach to it a type and a payload, and then when that's dispatched, this reducer will listen to it and then do perform any action according to that dispatched action. So here we need to actually write our login and logout functions so that we'll pass them down to our component tree. So here we'll say const login, and so the login is just a function that will take some data, and actually, since I'm using the keyword function a lot in this project, I'm just gonna stick to that. So I'll say function login takes data, and here what it needs to do is just gonna dispatch a action with a type of login and a payload. A payload of this data that it got. Or actually, it would make more sense if we name this user data, because we'll know what it is, and we can as well here change it to user data, even though it doesn't matter. It's just an argument name, but it's more readable like this. All right, so here we want to have our logout function as well. So function logout, and here our logout will actually won't take anything, and it will dispatch an action with a type logout, and this will not have any payload because that's how logout works. All right, so here we need to return this provider so we can use it somewhere else. So here we'll say return, and we'll open a component and say auth context dot provider, and now we need to have a value, because this is what we need to pass. This is what we're going to pass to our components that are underneath this context provider. So here our value will be a JavaScript object, so we'll wrap it in 2 curly braces. So we'll say user is the state.user, so we need to pass the user down, and here we'll pass the login function and the logout function as well. And here we'll spread props like this, because we might get some props from the top-down component. And now we need to export 2 things. We need to export our auth context, because that's what we're going to use from our components to access our context, and we need to export the auth provider, which we will use in our app to wrap all of our application so that it would have access to this provider, to these functions from the context. All right, so this is what's going to happen. When we log in, we want to call the login function, or dispatch this login type with this data, which will change the data inside of our context and set our user to the user details that we have, so that our application will know that we're logged in. All right, first thing, before we go to any login or register page, we need to actually give our application this provider. So here we'll say import auth provider from from util, or not util actually, from context / auth. So here we'll wrap our entire so we'll cut this and we'll say auth not context provider, and do like this, and put everything inside of that. So everything inside of here will have access to that context. All right, so first things first, we need to go to login, and here once we're logged in, so we get our login data inside of this result.data.login object. So we need to hit this login function and actually pass it this data, so that our context will set the user to the actual user data. So we need to get that context. So here we'll say import auth context from, we go back 1 level and we go to context /auth like this, and we need the use context hook. So here we'll say use context from React, and here at the top of our component we'll say const, actually let me close this, const context equals use context, and we give it the auth context that we imported, and now we have access to that context. And remember, this context holds a user, a login, and a logout, so we need this login right here. So here, before we redirect to the home page, once we successfully log in, we simply say context.login, and we pass it the data, which is going to be result.data.login right here. Right here. It kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to have it called login. So what we can do, we can, from result, we can destructure data, and from data we can destructure login, and login we can give it an alias, and let's call this user data. Now we can just pass user data right here. Oh, oops, what did I copy? So we can just pass user data right here, which makes so much more sense than just passing result data login. Okay, we can remove this console log because we know we're getting the correct data. And let's do the exact same thing from the register component. So we go to the register component, and here at the top we got our context. So we can say import auth context from we go back one level to context/auth. And of course we need the use context hook, and here we'll say const context equals use context, and we give our auth context, and we do the same thing right here. We can destructure as well. Here we'll say from result we get data, and from data we get register, and and we will call this, or actually no, I made a mistake. From data, yeah, we open curly braces and we get register, and then we give it an alias and we call it user data. So here we'll say context dot the same login, even though this is a register, but we don't need to have two functions for something that does the same. So we'll say context dot login, because when we're registering, we're logging in users. So we'll say context dot login user data. Simple as that. All right, so now once we log in or register, our entire application will have this data inside of the context. So let's save everything, and let's go to our app. Let's remove that, let it reload. So now if we log in, say user, actually can I see the context? All right, so let's go to the React DevTools. Let's open this. We see that we have a context provider right here. And it has, oh, actually this is the Apollo provider. So we need to have the context provider of the auth provider, which has a value here. So as we see, we have a value user rather of null, and a login and a logout function. So if we log in successfully here, 1, 2, 3, actually put 7, we log in, there we go, we get our user, and we get our user's name is, actually we get a type name, because it's kind of, that's strange. That looks like a GraphQL kind of. Actually, GraphQL adds this type name, so ignore myself. So we create that, an email, an ID, and the token and the username. So we have this user in our context, but of course we're not using that in our application to change the behavior of our application. Because, for example, we want to change this to have our username here, and we want to have a logout button here so that we can use it to log out. All right, so let's go here. We can close this, we no longer need the app. So let's go to our menu bar, so menu bar. And here we need to get our context, because we want to show a different menu bar depending on whether we're logged in or not. So here we'll say import auth context, oops, these typos. We go back to context/auth, and here at the top again, actually I forgot the use context as well. Context, and here at the top we'll say const, or actually we can destructure from it the user and the logout so that we don't have to type context dot. Here we'll say use context, and we pass it our auth context, And in case you're wondering, by the way, just quickly, I wanted to explain. Here, I didn't want to destructure the the login rather, and just use login here, because it's kind of confusing. There's too many login words in this component. So if by having here context.login, so if someone reads this code and says context.login, it's obvious that this context is login from the context. So it's more readable, right? I can have it like this, like by destructuring it and just having it like this, but it's super confusing. So I prefer to leave the context right there. Just as a heads up. All right, so what I want to do here is that, so let's cut all of this. This is the menu that we want to show when we're not logged in. All right, I'm going to create a variable. I'll call it menu bar, because the menu bar is going to be dynamic. So we'll say const menu bar equals, and we'll say user. So if we're logged in, then we want to show something. Else we want to show this menu that we had. This is what we show when we're not logged in. But when we're logged in, let's actually paste the same menu, but we'll change a couple of things. So it's the same menu, but here instead of home, we'll have a button with the username. So we'll say user.username. We'll have their name there instead of the home. And I want it to always be active, so I'll just remove that condition. And it's not going to have an on-click, but it's going to be a link to the home. Right. So here as well on the right, let's remove one and keep one, and this will be the logout, and this will never be active, because once you log out, the buttons will change, so it will not have an on-click as well, or will it? Actually, it will. Its on-click will be the logout. So here we'll say logout, because once we click it, we want to trigger the context logout function, and it will not go anywhere. So we can remove this as link and to /login. All right, let's save that, and let's see if that works. So we get our context, and we look here and we see that, oh yeah, of course we need to log in again. Let's say user, and we log in, and we log in. Cool, so our navbar changed, and now we have user. I mean, it says user because this user is actually user. If I would log in as I see it worked. I wanted to test it and I clicked logout. All right, so the logout worked because our user is null. And if I want to log in as another user like Jane, now this says Jane, and now I have the user Jane in my context. And if I click logout, that's removed. Okay, but there's now one problem, because right now if I log in and if I just refresh the page, we're back to 0. We're not logged in again. We need some way to persist this. We can simply do this by just storing this token locally on this device that we're using, and then once the app loads, we try to fetch a token. If this token is there, then we set ourselves to logged in, else we set ourselves to be not logged out. I mean, the app does it, we're not doing anything as a user. All right, so in the auth right here, we need to persist the token in the local storage once we log in or log out. So here, once we log in, so we'll say local storage dot set item, and we can call this token, well, let's call it JWT token, and the data will be inside of this user data. So we'll say user data dot token, and yeah, that's it. Or actually here in the logout, we need to remove it. So here we'll say local storage dot remove item, and the name is JWT token. Okay, now we have this token, but we're not actually checking if we have it once we start the app. So let's go up here. Here we can say if local storage dot get item, and it's the JWT token item. If this is truthy, that means this item exists. Actually, I want to do an extra step here. What I want to do, because this token stores an expiration date and time, right? And I don't want to set our app to be logged in if this 1 hour long token has expired. So I need to check whether it's expired or not. But this expiration is actually encoded inside of the token, so we need to decode it. For this, we'll install a library called JWT decode. So we'll say npm install jwt-decode. All right, let's let that install. We can import that. We'll say import, let's call it jwt decode like this, from jwt-decode. All right, now we can use this to decode our token. So we'll say, now that we've got the token, actually we can put it in a variable. So we'll say const token equals, we can just decode it here actually. So we'll say JWT decode, and we'll pass it this token right here. So we'll pass it. Actually, it makes more sense to call it decoded token here. Decoded token. Okay, so now that we have our decoded token, we can say if decoded token. Oops, what is that? Decoded token dot exp, because this is where that expiration time is stored, and this is stored in like a what do you call, like time from epoch date string, and we need to times it by 1000 because this is like in seconds, we need it in milliseconds. If this is smaller than or lesser than date.now, that means it's actually expired. So what we need to do is we need to delete it and set ourselves to not be logged in. So we need to say local storage dot remove item. We need to remove it because it's actually expired. We need not token, JWT token, like this. Else, if it's not expired, we want to set our user to this decoded token data because it's a valid token and we're actually logged in. But how do we do that? Oh, actually, no, I made a mistake. Here, we don't just pass this initial state like this. We can create a variable initial state. I mean, it's not a mistake, but we need to have this as a dynamic value. Okay, let's copy that. And here at the top, we'll have our const initial state as an object with a user that's null initially. But once we do this check, if the token is expired, we remove it and we leave that initial state with a null user, with a user that's null. But if we're not, we need to set this user, and then so once we get here, we actually set our user to this user. So we don't set it to null. So here we'll say initial state dot user. I still misspelled it. Did I misspell that? Initial state. No, that's fine. All right. Dot user equals decoded. No, again, decoded token, like that. These misspells are getting out of hands, guys. All right. So that should do the trick. So let's save and let's go to our app. Make sure actually we don't get any errors. We don't. Let's go to our app. So let's go to our console, or not console, actually application. And here in local storage, whoa, what is all of this? I'm just gonna delete everything. It's Firebase stuff. All right, so here let's log in as user 1 through 6. There we go. We get a JWT token, and if we log out, it deletes it. All right, but now we need to make sure that it's actually fetching this data once we reload. So now that we have this in our storage, let's actually refresh the page. There we go. If we refresh the page, it's actually getting this data and giving it to our context. Because again, if I check in the React DevTools and open this app, open the auth provider and the provider of it, the context, we'll see here, if we expand this value, we'll see that the user is set to our current user. And you see that exp is here and that, I don't know what that is there. It's probably something that has to do with some time to live thing. Looks like to be the same. I don't know, whatever. All right, so yeah, so that's that for managing our user state. We will use this in the, well, actually I forgot to do something. I forgot to handle some edge case, because if we now still go to register, that page is still accessible. Now, of course, that's not good behavior because we're logged in. We don't want to be able to access the login and the register pages. All right, let's fix that. So let's go to our app. We can do this, or actually let's make this into its own component, because we'll make the app component massive otherwise, or the app file. So here in the util, I'll create, what am I doing? Okay, I'll close everything. I'll create a thing called auth route. So this is essentially going to be the opposite of a protected route component. What this will do is that instead of these two login and register routes, we'll have an auth route that checks if we're logged in and we try to go to /login or /register, it's actually gonna redirect us to the actual homepage, because we don't need to go to those pages if we're logged in. So here, of course, we need React, and we need use context, because we need to access our context, our auth context. So from React, and here we need to import route and what is redirect? Yeah, redirect from React router DOM, and here we'll say const, call this auth route, or we can have it as a function auth route, and this will take some props, and inside these props we'll have a component. So we'll pass down our actual route component, but let's give this an alias of component with capital C, so that we can use it as a component. I know that's confusing, but hopefully you'll understand when you see what I'm gonna type later. So here we need to get our user, so we say const, or actually I need to get to the context. So here let's say import, let's make a space between them, and say auth context from, go back one level to context / auth, and here we can destructure our user from use context and auth context. So now that we have our user, we can check. So we'll say return, let's return, we return a route, and inside of this route we'll spread whatever we got passed from the thing that wraps this, and then we will do a render prop expression here. We'll say render, and we'll open the curly braces, and we'll say props, and we will do an arrow, and then we will check for the user here. So oops, what is this? Alright, so here I'll tab this in, and we'll say user, and then do a ternary operator. So if we have the user, then we just return a redirect to slash, like this, and then else we will just return that component that we got passed down, component, and we will give it these our props that we have received. So props, and then we close it like this. Now of course we need to export this. Actually I need to close this route, so like that, and here we'll say export default auth route. Alright, let's save that. Let's go back to our app, and here we'll import that. We'll say import auth route from the same level util / auth route, and here instead of doing that we'll just say auth route, and here as well we'll say auth route and pass the same stuff. So what this essentially does is we'll do an auth route, which is this component right here, and we'll pass all these attributes right here, the exact, the path, and the component. And once we get here and we get our user, if we have this user inside of this route, we will render, inside of this route, we'll actually return it as a redirect, which will just, if we click it, it will just, if we trigger it, it will just redirect to slash. But if we don't have a user, we're just gonna put that component that we have with these props that we just passed down here. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's look at our app. So now that we're logged in, if we go to our login page, let's log in. There, we get redirected immediately to the home page, and if we go to register as well, we get redirected. All right, so this is it for this class. In the next class, we will actually start to work on posting data, and we will add the post form here, and we will be able to add some more posts as this user that we're logged in. So now that we've set up our auth context for our application to know whether we're logged in or not, now we can use that information to decide on whether to show something or not. One example of this is we're going to now add a post form for us to be able to submit a post as a user from the homepage. So let's get to that. All right, let's go to our app. Make sure you have your server and client running. I do on mine, so I'm just going to close this terminal window. Let's go to the home page. So home, and here, right here at the top, I want to show another column if we're logged in, and put that post form in that column. So here, before this loading tag here, we'll say, actually no, we need to get the user from the context first. Here I'll say, actually here, we'll import the context. So import auth context from, go back to context / auth. So here we'll actually we need to use we need to get the use context hook as well. So here we'll say const, we can destructure the user equals use context, and we'll pass it our auth context like that. Now that we have the user, so here we'll say if user, we will render this markup, or actually not percentage, we'll do and like this. So if we have a user, that means if we're logged in, let's show this form. So here we'll say what is it, grid.column that we want to show, and let's close that. And inside of here we'll put our form, but I want to put this in its own component, because otherwise this will be massive and we'll have another mutation written as well here on top of this query that we have. So here I'll simply say post form and close this tag. Of course we haven't created it yet, but we will. So here we'll say import post form from. So here we're in pages, so we have to go back one level and go to components / post form. All right, let's close this. Let's go to our components and create a file called postform.js, and let's say rcf and tab. Doesn't work. Oh, it's rfc. Anyway, it refuses to work for some reason. Let's type it manually. These snippets sometimes are weird. Maybe it's interacting with another extension. All right, so here we'll say function post form, form, and it's gonna do something, and we need to export it as well. So export default post form. All right, let me close that. So here what we need to do is we need to actually import the form from Semantic UI. So we say import form from Semantic UI React, and we need our custom use form hook as well. So here we'll say import use form from, go back one level to util / hooks. So all right, let's go to our component. Here we'll say return, and let's open our form, and this will have a onSubmit of onSubmit, and let's close that. And inside of here we're gonna have actually let's put a header first. Let's put a header too, saying create a post colon, and here we'll have only one field, but I'm gonna have it as a field because I want the button to be inside of it, contained in it. So here we'll say form dot field and close this, and inside of here we'll have the form dot input element, and this will have a couple of props. So we will have a place holder. We'll say hi world, like the name of the app, and we'll have a name. Let's call this body because this is the body of the post. We'll have an onChange of onChange. We'll get these from the use form hook. So here we'll have a value, which is going to be values.body, .body, and we'll have as well an error, which we will handle later, or actually we'll handle the error later. For now, let's just have it like this, and let's put a button, a submit button. So it will be of type submit, and let's give it a teal color, so color teal. Let's close that, and it will say submit. And here let's bring the button as well from Semantic UI. All right, so now we need to use our use form and create these values and onChange and whatnot. So here we'll say const values and onChange and onSubmit. Submit. As you're used to the custom hook, we'll say use form, and we'll have a callback. Let's call it create post callback. And we'll have an initial state, which will just have a body of that's an empty string. All right, now we need to actually write our mutation to persist a post to our database. So here let's write the mutation. So here we'll say const, what do we call it? Create post mutation. And we need to bring GQL. So let's say import GQL from GraphQL tag. GraphQL. So here we'll say GQL, open the template string, and we'll say mutation. Oops. All right, let me tab that down. We'll say mutation. Let's call this create post. and this will take a body of type string, and that's required. And inside of here, it will call the create post mutation that we created, and it will pass it a body of the value body like that. So let's actually get everything that we get back. So the ID, the body, the created at, the username, we get the likes with everything inside of them. So we get the ID of the like, the username, and the created at, and we'll get the like count. We'll get the comments, and from comments we're going to get the ID, the body, the username, and the created at. Same stuff that we get from fetch all posts. And here we'll get the comment count as well. And yeah, that's everything. All right, so now we need to use this mutation. So here, okay, we need the use mutation hook. So here we'll say import use mutation from at Apollo/React hooks. And here we'll say const create post, and we'll get, actually the way we handled errors on the register and login page was that we used the onError method, and then we set them to local errors. But here it doesn't make sense because we only have one error, and we're not gonna extract it from a deeply nested property. So I'm just gonna get it like this. I'm just gonna get it from the this second parameter. So we will say error like that, and we'll say use mutation, and we'll pass it our create post mutation, and we'll pass it our variables, which will be the values, which only holds the body. So we'll have an update, and or have I been using, I think I've been using the function form, so I'll stick to that. So update, and we'll emit the proxy, and we'll have the result. And here we'll say we're just gonna console log the result for now, and we need to reset actually the body field because we want to empty the body field once we submit it. All right, this should be fine. We shouldn't have any errors. So let's save and let's look at our app. Cool, we don't have any errors. All right, let's look at our app. Okay, we get an error now because create post callback. Yeah, it's not defined. And on change, I might have misspelled something here. Yeah, on change like that. And we need this callback. So this callback needs to be here, and it will only call the create post like that. Actually, I forgot to add the function keyword, function like that. All right, let's save. Okay, so let's open our developer tools, and let's log in. We log in. Okay, now that we have a token, but now if I submit a post, of course it's gonna fail because it's gonna ask me authorization header must be provided. Now we need to set up our Apollo client in a way that once we have a token in our storage, we need to get that token, get it, and add it as an authorization header automatically without having to add it each time we send a request. We can do this by using something called Apollo link context. And let's go to the Apollo GraphQL website. And so yeah, this, actually no, it's not this page. I was looking for a different page. Apollo link context. Okay, so yeah, we'll use this set context function from Apollo link context. And the way this works is it kind of works like a middleware. So it sets a context of this request and kind of modifies whatever you want to like do before that request is kind of forwarded towards the HTTP link. So let's install this and actually set it up. So I'm going to open a new window and say npm install. Actually, let's cd into the client first. And I'll say npm install Apollo link context like that. So we need to set it up in our Apollo provider. So let's go to our Apollo provider, and here let's import that. So we'll import the set context function, set context from Apollo link context, and here we'll create this new link, and we'll say const auth link equals set context, and this will have a handler. This takes a request and a previous context that we can kind of get data from and edit and forward to the next operation, but we don't need any of these parameters, so we can just omit them and just do like this. just an empty argument list. And here we need to get our token from the local storage. So we'll say const token equals local storage dot get item. And remember, we named it JWT token. So now that we have it, we need to set it as a authorization header. So here we'll say return, because this will modify the current request. So here we'll say return, and we'll do an object, and inside of that there's another object, and we have a or actually no, that's gonna be inside of the headers. So we'll do an object, and inside of that we have a headers, and we'll add an authorization header. So authorization. And we need to check if we have the token, because we might not have it. So we'll say token, and we'll do a ternary operator. So if it's the case, if we have a token, we want to say bearer and do like a template string, so we can add a variable here, and then let's put the token here. Else we'll just add an authorization header with an empty string value. Now this will kind of merge the existing headers of the request with this headers object that we gave, so it will just add this authorization header. Alright, of course now we're not using this yet, so let's use that. Or actually, let me put this on top of the client declaration here, because we need to use it here. And here we just need to concatenate it to this link, but it needs to go before the HTTP link. So we can say auth link dot, we'll use the JavaScript concat function and say concat and pass this our HTTP link. All right, this should actually add the token to our request and successfully send any protected API calls. All right, let's save this and let's go to our app. Let's make sure we have a token. All right, we do. We have a token, and it's valid. I logged in less than an hour ago. So now if we say, let's go to our network, clear everything out, and we just send some gibberish, we press enter, we get a request here. All right, it says args is not defined. Let me check the server code. Okay, I added this line for validation last time, but instead of saying just body, I actually added this args object. So let me save that and run the server again and test. All right, let's test it. Click submit, and there we go. We get a 200 response, and we get create post, and it actually, returns us the post that's been created. So it's successfully been created. Now, of course, it's not showing it on the front end because we hadn't added any code to do that. All right, so if we refresh and we fetch the post again, there we go. That's our post right there. Now, the way we're going to show this post on the front end is we're not going to use context. We're going to use Apollo cache in memory. But the problem with that is if we look at the Apollo DevTools, if we go to cache, you'll see, by the way, in the Apollo DevTools, you can see right here the queries that we're sending. So once the app loaded, it just sent this get posts query to get all the posts. And if we go to cache, there are a couple of things here. But if you go to root query, you'll see that all the queries that we send are actually stored separately. So the get posts query right now is caching 5 posts. We need a way to directly access this cache and modify it and add this new post that we just added. And we can do this. I hope this time the Google search works. So let's go to, caching data. Let's go a bit down. It's right here, direct cache access. So what we need to do, we're gonna access the cache directly, and we're gonna use, now here they're using render props and they're using the client variable or object, but we don't have access to that, but instead we have access to the proxy object, which will let us perform, this is a bit confusing, but you will understand it the more you use it. We're actually gonna perform GraphQL queries on our existing client data instead of actually reaching to the server. All right, let's actually apply this. So let's go to our post form, and here on the update, instead of just logging the result, we want to access this cache. So here actually we're not going to omit the proxy, we're going to write proxy like that, and we're going to say proxy dot read query, and we need to pass a query here. And this query will be, let's say if you had the get posts query and you sent it here, it will actually fetch the post from the client data that's stored in the cache. But the problem here, we're already using this query in the home page. We don't want to type it again. So what we can do, we can outsource it to its own file. So let's copy this entire query from the home page. Let's cut it actually. And in the util folder, let's create a file, call it GraphQL.js. And here we'll say, we'll export it. We'll export const fetch post query like that. And of course we need GQL. So here we'll say import GQL from GraphQL tag. Now in the home we need to import it and use it. So here we'll say import fetch posts query from, we go back one level to util/GraphQL. Now we don't need GQL anymore. So in the home it's going to work the same way it did before. And in the post form, now we need to get that fetch posts query. So we'll say fetch posts query, query from, we go back one level to util/GraphQL. All right, so now in read query, we just pass this fetch posts query, like actually, but we need to give it to put it in a query variable, and we just pass it like that. Now, or let's put this in a variable. So we'll say const data equals proxy.read query, and we pass that query. Now all of that data that's in our cache is sitting inside of this data variable. So, but it's inside of another variable called getPosts, because remember, this is this data that we're getting is the root query. It's this data right here. So our posts are inside of getPosts. So here we need to edit that getPosts entry. So we'll say data.getPosts equals. Now that we have the result here, we can just say open an array, and we want to put it at the top because this is the newest post. So we'll say result.data.getPost, because this is where our response is stored, and then comma, and then we'll spread the existing get post. So we'll spread the existing posts. Now of course we need to persist this. So for this we'll use proxy.write query, and here we'll say the query is fetch post query, and the data will be just this data object right here. All right, let's save everything. Actually, let's save all files. Make sure you save all files, and let's go to our app. Okay, so it says GraphQL cannot resolve GraphQL. I misspelled the name of the file here. GraphQL. Let's save. Let's refresh. No such file. Okay, I misspelled it somewhere else, probably in the home. Okay, that's renamed, and here as well it's renamed. Okay, third time is the charm. All right, cool. So now if we go to our cache, we see that we have 5 posts, and if we post a new one, all right, it breaks. So it cannot read property ID of undefined. Okay, because I made a mistake here. The data is actually stored in create post, not get post, because that's the name of the mutation. All right, so let's save. This should work now. It did send that mutation, but it didn't persist it properly in the cache because I misspelled the. Gave the wrong mutation name. So now if I post one, and if we look at the cache, so look at the root query, we have 6 posts. So if we submit this, now it's 7 posts, and it actually shows. So if we say another one, it's actually shown on our front end. All right, that's cool. One thing that I wanted to show you is that here, when you look at the queries, and if we go to this post and we go back, it sends another query called get posts. But I've set up our server code in a way that each time we send a request from each of the resolvers, let's say the create post resolvers is gonna console log create posts, and the get posts will console log that, and the get post will console log that, just for us to see when these actual resolvers are being hit. So here you see we get posts once, but in our app, in our front end, if we go back and if we go back to the home page, it sends that query, but from our server it doesn't print that again, because it's actually sending that query to the client side cache, not to the server side. The first one is the only one that's actually being sent to the server, but the other 2 are actually sent to the client side cache. Just for you to bear in mind, if you see this list of queries and you're thinking this is actually sending too many requests to our servers, it's not. It's just sending that one first request. Hello, my dear class. It's nice to have you here. welcome to class number 7, where we write some more code. All right, actually, one thing that I forgot to do last time is to show the validation error if we actually submit an empty post. Because if we click submit, if we open our console, we see that we get an error, but we're not showing it to the user. So let's fix that. Let's go to our app. Let's go to make sure you have your server running. Let's go to the post form. So here, we've already extracted the error object, so we just need to go under the form here and we check for it. So we'll say error and end. That means if we have this error, then let's show a div with the class of UI. So .ui.error.message and tab. This is giving us an error because we can't put two sibling elements under one component. So we can just do this, which is shorthand for fragment. And we can just put that code back in. And now we can say, we can put a UL with a class of list and put our errors. And we only have one, so we don't need to loop through anything. We just put in an ally. And inside of that, we'll put error dot GraphQL errors. And we get the first one dot message like that. And that should take care of it. One more thing actually here inside of the input, we want to use the error boolean to invalidate the input itself and make it red. So here we'll check for error, we'll do a ternary. So if error is truthy, then the error is true, else it's false. All right, let's save, make sure we have no errors. And I've said error like a bazillion times. All right, let's check now. If I don't type anything and I press enter, there we go. We get post body must not be empty. Now let's give this some margin because that looks weird. All right, so here let's go. Let's give this a style, just an inline style, and we'll say put another object. We'll say margin bottom. Oops, bottom. Let's give it 20. Let's save. Let's look at that. Even if you put spaces, by the way, it will still be not valid. All right, cool. That looks better. Okay, so actually one other thing that I wanted to add is the transition group, because right now if we just post something, it just kind of snaps in, which doesn't look that good. Semantic UI makes it really easy to use these like really cool like transitions. If you look at this leave, how it shows, how it leaves, and we can control, no pun intended with the leave and leave. We can control as well like the duration of the transition. We're just gonna use this group transition thing, which is pretty cool. If we look, you just get transition from Semantic UI and you wrap everything in a transition group. Here they're using a divider and size and everything, but we'll just use the duration. So let's go to our, actually no, in the home. So home, and here we'll get transition from Semantic UI, so transition. So right here where we loop through all of our posts, we need to wrap all of this inside of a transition group. So let's cut to this. And then here we'll say transition dot group, and here we'll actually we need to put it in curly braces and we'll paste it back. So let's save that. Let's look at it. So if we add another one, there you go. It doesn't just snap in, it just shows kind of like it fades in. And later when we delete them as well, they fade out and then it kind of moves back. All right, so in this class, we're going to work on these buttons, make them actually functional and add like a delete button. By the way, just as a reminder, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button so that I will annoy you with every video that I drop. I usually post 3 a week, so I'm not going to be that annoying, okay? All right, so let's actually jump into the code. All right, before we work on the like button, I just want to make this comment button. It's going to have simple functionality, which is when we click on it, it's just going to take us to the page of that post. And I want to add the delete button on this side as well if it's our post so that we can delete it. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to the post card. So right here, this is the comment button. We're just gonna wrap the whole thing in a link, or can we make the button itself as a link? Actually, let's try that. So let's remove the onClick, and here we'll say as link, and we'll say 2 equals slash. Or actually, this is dynamic value, so we'll do backticks. We'll do slash posts slash the ID because we already have access from to the ID from the props. All right, let's see if that works. Do we have link imported? Yeah, we do. Okay, let's look at our app. All right, cool, it works. So if we click on that, it takes us to the ID of that post. Okay, let's add the delete button. I'm not gonna add functionality, but I'm just gonna add a dummy button for now. For us to have the delete button, we need to access the user, because of course we need to, if we have to be logged in and we have to have this post as our post for us to be able to see a delete button on it. So here we'll get the, we'll import the auth context. So we'll say import auth context from, we go back one level to context/auth, and we need the use context hook. So I'll say here, use context like that, and here at the top we'll say const will extract our user or destructure our user from use context auth context. So right here we don't need this comment on post anymore, and here at the bottom, right, actually yeah, here after the like button, we'll do an expression and we'll check for the user. So if we have a user, so we're logged in, and user.username equals username. So what this means, the username of the user that we're logged in as, if it's equal to the username of this post, that means this is the owner. So we need to show a delete button on this postcard. So we'll say and like this. That means if all of this is true, then we'll show the following. And the following is a button. So button as div, and we'll give it a color of red, it's a delete button, and we'll give it an on click. For now this is just gonna like we'll just have like a callback, and it will console log delete post like that, and we'll put an icon inside of here. So icon, and the name of the icon is trash, which is gonna give us a kind of a trash bin icon. All right, let's see if that, okay, so VS Code auto imported those things for me, which is pretty cool. So let's save. Let's look at our app. So there we go. So user, all the posts by user, which is the user that we're logged in as, have this delete button in them. But this delete button looks a bit weird. Let's inspect it. Okay, for some reason this UI button inside has some margin, some like negative margin on the side. Yeah, -3. Let's just override that. So this icon, we can just say style equals, put an object here. We'll just say margin 0. Let's see if that fixes it. All right, cool. We can give this button a floated property. So this button right here will say floated, and let's give it the floated to the right, so it floats to the right. All right, cool. It looks much better now. It's floated to the right, and we can click it. And if you click it, it's just gonna say delete post. Of course, we'll add functionality later. All right, so the like button, what I want to do with it, I want to make it into its own component so that we can have like leaner components, like I said, more modularity. Plus, we're gonna need this button on the single post page as well, so that we don't repeat code across components. So this is the like button. No, not this. Actually, it's this. Let's copy it. Let's cut the whole thing, and here we'll put a like button component like that. Oops, like that. And so here we'll import that. So we'll import like button from, I'm gonna put this in, where are we? In components. Yeah, we're in components. So from the same directory, like button. Now this like button is gonna need to access some things, because this like button needs to know not the username. It needs to know the number of likes so that it shows it, and it needs to know the likes of this post, so it determines whether this user has liked this post or not, and it needs to know the ID of the post itself so that it would look in those posts. We can pass it the entire post, but that's not necessary. Or we can pass it a new object with just the ID, the likes, and what else? Yeah, the like count like that. All right, let's save, and let's create this new component. So here we'll say new file, like button.js. We'll get a couple of things. So React and use state. Oops, not parentheses, curly brackets or braces. So we'll get use state. From React. We'll need link, because we could be not logged in, and we want to go to the home page if we click this, or the login page rather, from React router DOM, we'll need the use mutation hook from React, from Apollo React hooks, and we'll need GQL as well to write our GraphQL query or mutation from GraphQL tag. Okay, so we'll say function like button. It's gonna take the props that we had, so from that we'll destructure from the post. We're gonna get the ID, the like count, and the likes. All right, so here at the bottom we'll say export default like button. Okay, we need to access the user here. Actually, we can just pass it here. I mean, we can access it with importing the context, but it will be kind of easier to just prop drill it. We'll say user equals the user. And inside of here, using that user object, we're going to determine whether we've liked this or not. Because if we've already liked this post, we want to show the button. Okay, our app is broken, but we want to show the button like kind of filled with green. Otherwise, we want to show it like outlined. And as well, if we're not logged in, we want to show it outlined. And if we click on it, it takes us to the login page. So here we need to determine whether we've liked it or not. So first thing, we use use effect. So actually we need to import use effect. So we say use effect, and our callback. So callback like this, we'll check. So here we'll say if user. So of course we have to check if we have a user first, if we're logged in. And now that we have the likes, we can check and user.find, and let's find a like where the like.username equals the user.username. So here we'll say like that, which means if any of the likes on this post have a username of this user, that means this user that we're logged in as has liked this post. So we'll say, or actually we need a liked boolean as well. So here we'll say const liked and set liked equals use state. Let's just give it a default value of false. And here, if this is true, that means it's liked. So we'll say set liked to true. Else set liked to false. And here we'll give it a dependency array of the user and the likes themselves. If any of these change, recalculate the value. Here we need to return our button. So what we copied from earlier, we put it here. And I think we're gonna change. Actually, we're not gonna change much here. This will be a dynamic value because we don't want to either fill it or not. We need to determine whether we've liked this post or not. So here we'll say, we cut that, we'll say const like button like this equals, and actually we're gonna put it here. So let's just put it now, like button. Now here we need to check for the user. So I'll write this and I'll explain it, right? We'll do a ternary operator and then parentheses. So if user and now if liked, so another ternary operator. And here we'll paste that back in. But here instead of basic, we're gonna have the filled button because we've liked it. So it's gonna be filled. So else, if we've not liked it, let's paste that back in. And it's gonna be that, it's gonna be the outlined button. Now here outside of this parentheses, we do another colon. So else, if we don't have a user, that means we're not logged in. So we'll have the same button and it's going to have basic because it's going to be outlined, but this should be a link to the login page. So here we'll say as link. Did we import link? Yes. So as link to, this is going to be to slash, or actually just like that, slash login. All right. I think that should take care of it. Now one thing, of course, we need to have an onClick, this like post, we need to have the mutation. So let's write the mutation down here. Here we'll say const like post mutation equals GQL. Oh, I misspelled that. Okay, GQL mutation like post is going to take a post ID, our server code, and it's going to be of type ID, and that's required, and it's going to trigger the like post mutation, and we'll pass this a post ID of $post ID. And we'll get a couple of things, and I'll explain later why we got those things. And hopefully this time I won't forget to explain, because I did this thing last time where I said I'll explain later. I forgot to explain that thing. Alright, if I do that, by the way, you can drop a comment and tell me, oh, you forgot to explain that, and I'll explain it to you in a comment. Okay, so I'll leave that like that, and now we need to use mutation to get that function. So here we'll say const like post. Here we'll get the error. Actually, we're not gonna have any errors. So here we'll say use mutation. We might have an error, but the error would have to be that our token is expired or something, and that has nothing to do with the like post. So we'll just get the like post function. So here we'll say use mutation. Of course, we'll pass it our like post mutation, and we'll have some variables, and the variables will be the post ID, and that's gonna be the ID that we have from here from our props. All right, that should take care of that. And that's named the same as this one, so that should be fine. Everything here should be fine actually. Let's save all files. Let's look at our console. Okay, there's a couple of problems here. We need to get button and label from Semantic UI. So let's say, actually up here we'll say import button and label and icon from Semantic UI React. Let's save. User is not defined. Oh yeah, we need to actually get the user as well from our props. Like post is defined but never used in postcard. Yeah, okay. In postcard. Oh yeah, okay. So this is useless now. Let's remove that and let's save. No duplicate props allowed in postcard line 30. Okay, so we're passing the user. Oh no, here. Okay, this should be as a link. Well, let's remove the div. All right. Okay, cool. So, oh, that's working. All right. So this one that we've liked is actually filled. This one that we haven't liked is empty. And if we click, there we go. It likes and it actually increments it. And if you notice, if we go to our Apollo cache, you'll see that it's actually updating. Okay, let's make this a bit bigger. Cache root query. So let's look at the first one, right? It has 0 likes, but if I like it, now it's actually updating it. Now you might be wondering, how is it updating the cache without us having to say proxy.write query or something like that? But the way that's happening is because, let's close that. If we look at our mutation, we're specifying the ID of the post that we're getting back. So we're getting back a resource of type post, and Apollo is smart enough to realize, okay, we're getting a resource of type post and it's got this ID. That means let's update our the post that we have with this ID with any of these fields, these new fields that we've received. So it does it automatically. We don't have to do anything, which is pretty amazing actually. So we didn't have to write any code to change our client-side state. One thing that I don't like right now is that if we like a post, it kind of stays focused when we have to click away for the color to change. So let's inspect this. And the UI button. Okay, so the button has this color. So let's copy this. This is the normal color. So if we focus, it becomes this dark color. Okay, so it's this rule right here. Let's copy this rule. All of that. Okay. Okay, let's go to our app CSS. And here, let's paste that. And we'll say background color. And let's take that color again from here. Let's cut that. Let's paste it here. Let's save everything. All right, so now even if it's focused, it's going to be that bright color and not the darker color. All right, so that's working. And so I think that's it for this video. Yeah, that's it. Hello class. So instead of going to sleep on time tonight, I decided to record this video. Sleep is for the weak, eh? Let's hope I don't regret this decision in the morning. All right, so welcome to class number 8. I think it's number 8. Yeah, all right. So in the last class, we did these buttons and we added functionality for the like button. But right now we're going to work on the single post page, because right now if we go to it, it's just empty. So the way we're going to approach this, we're going to get this ID from the URL and then use the get singular post mutation, or rather query, and then fetch that post and display it in this page. So let's get to that. Okay, first thing is let's create a route for that. By the way, make sure your server and your client are running as per usual. Let's go to the app.js, and here at the bottom of the container we're going to add another route. So route, and we'll have exact path will be /posts/:post ID, like that, and the component will be a new page called, let's call it single post. Let's import that up here. So import single post, from pages/single post. Okay, let's create that. So here in pages, I'm going to create excuse me, single post.js, and here the usual, we'll get React from React, and we'll say function. What's wrong with that? Import. Okay, there's some TS thing for some reason, but let's ignore that for now. Let's say single post. I'm gonna need the props, and I'll tell you why later. Here, let's export default single post. So here, first thing, we need to get the post ID from the URL. So we'll say const post ID equals, and we'll get this from props dot. Actually, this is one other reason why we need props. .match.params, so the URL parameters, and we call this post ID, so we'll get that. And let's write the mutation right now, or the query rather. So here we'll say const, we'll call this fetch post query. So it'll be GQL. So it'll be a good time to import GQL as well. So here we'll say import GQL, actually GQL from GraphQL, GraphQL tag. And here we'll say query, and this needs to take a post ID of type ID, and that's required. And this will run the get post query, and we'll take a post ID that's actually our post ID. And here let's get everything. So ID, body, created at, username, get like count. I'm gonna get likes, and from that we'll get just the username, and we'll get comment count. We'll get the comments. We'll get from the comments, we'll get the ID, the username, the created at, and the body. Yeah, that's it. Let's save so that it formats. And here, let's start to create our markup, and then see what we need. So this will be conditional. So we'll say let, because this depends on whether we're logged in or not. So we'll say post markup, or actually not logged in, whether we have the data from the query or not yet. So we'll say if, actually, let me get the get post. So we'll get the use query hook. So we'll say import use query from at Apollo React hooks. And here we'll say const. We'll get data, and straight away from that we'll get the get post field. And here we'll say equals use query, and we'll pass it the fetch post query. And this needs some variables, and the variables will be our, actually we'll do an object, and we'll say post ID like this, meaning it's going to be post ID and the value will be this post ID right here. We can here do a console log of post ID to make sure that we're getting our post ID, just in case. And here we'll say if not get post, because we might be still loading. We'll say post markup equals, and here we'll just put a paragraph and say loading post. Feel free to put a spinner here, but I'm just gonna leave it as a paragraph for now. And we'll say else. So else, if we have the post, we need to get all the fields from the post. So we'll say const, and we'll use destructuring, and we'll say ID body created at get username. What else? Comments, get likes, like count, and comment count. I'll say equals what is it? From get post. Let's make this wrap, so I'll press Alt Z. Okay, so now we can say post markup equals, and we'll use the grid. And inside of here, of course, we'll need to import these in a bit, but let's do a row here. And right here, I want to have the an image, but of course, this is hard coded, so it's the same like in the postcard component. So I'm going to grab this source attribute. So I'll just copy that, and we'll come back here. We'll say, so this will be inside of the image tag. Oops, image like that. And let's paste that source attribute. And I'm going to give this a size of small. And let's make this float to the right. So we'll say float equals right. And we can close it like that. Actually, this needs to be in a column. So I'll cut that and say grid dot column. And let's actually give this a width of 2. And here we'll put our image back. And now we're gonna have the rest. So the rest will be a grid with a width of 10, because that's the number of remaining spaces. Let's remove this image, and here we'll have our card. So let's put card. Let's give it the property fluid, so it takes up all the width. And here we'll have, as per usual, card.content. Here we'll have a header, so card.header. This will be the username, so I'll put an expression and say username, or curly braces, put username. We'll get meta, which is the created at, so card.meta. And here we'll say curly braces, and we'll say, actually we need to format it, so we'll say we need to import moment. We'll say import moment from moment. Let's go down here. We'll say moment. We'll pass it the created at, and say dot from now. And yeah, that's fine. Here we'll say card description. And here we'll just put the body of the post. Underneath these this card content, let's put a ruler, a horizontal ruler, to have a line between them. And here I want to put the like button and the comment button, just like in the card. Since we have those in their own component, we can just attach them here. So here we'll say another card content. This will be the extra, we'll give this the extra attribute. And here we'll say like button. We need to import that, but let's, well, actually we need to pass the user to the like button. So we need to import the auth context. So here we'll say import auth context from, we go back one level to context/auth, and we need to get the use context hook from React. So use context up here, context, and up here we'll say const, and we can destructure it. We'll say const user like that equals use context, and we'll pass our auth context. So here we'll pass our user, and it doesn't matter if we're not logged in. So right here in the like button, we're gonna say user equals user, and we'll pass the post like we did in the postcard, but we're just gonna of course pass the ID, the like count, and the likes array, so that the button determines whether we've liked it or not. And here, let's close that, and let's put the comment button, which is not going to do anything for now, but we'll make it do stuff in the future. Let's give it the basic attribute, and, or actually no, let's make it as a div. And here let's say label position equals right. So we'll have that kind of arrow to the left. So we'll say on click equals, for now it's just gonna console log, and let's just say comment on post. We'll make this do stuff in the future, but for now we'll just leave it like that. And inside this button, we're gonna have another button. So button, this is the basic button, because this is the kind of cloud thing. Here we'll say color is blue. Oops, and inside of the button we're gonna put the icon. So we'll say icon, the name of the icon. Did we use comment or comments? So right here, yeah, comments. So we'll keep using the same icon. So here we'll say comments. Let's close that. And underneath this button we need the label, and we need to show the number of comments. So here we'll say label basic, and the color is blue, and this label will be pointing to the left, pointing left like that. And inside the label we're just gonna have comment count. Here actually we need to show the delete button, but we already have that in the post card. But actually it's not doing anything right now. I forgot to add functionality to the delete button, because right now it's not actually deleting the post. So we can take care of that right now. So what we need to do, we need to put this delete button into its own component. So let's go to the, yeah, right here. So where this button is, we can just cut this, and we'll say if user and the username of the user is the same as the username of the person that posted this. So we'll say here delete button, and this delete button is to access the post ID, so that it would use the delete post or remove post mutation. So here we'll say post ID equals, we have this ID, yeah, we have this ID in ID. We can just say post ID equals ID like that, and we need to pass it, actually I don't think we need to pass it anything here. Yeah, let's just close it off, and here let's say import delete button from same directory, delete button, because remember this is we're in the post card. And here in the components, let's create a delete button.js file, and here we'll import React, and of course we'll import GQL from GraphQL tag. And here we'll import the use mutation hook from @Apollo React hooks, and we're gonna need the button because that's what we copied. Actually, let me make sure. Let me check what we copied. So here we'll say function delete. Yeah, that's showing an error because of this. I'll just comment this for a second. Delete button. It's gonna take the props, and let's just export that for now. Export default delete button. Let's say return. Let's put that. Okay, so we need button and icon. So here we'll uncomment that. We'll say button and icon from Semantic UI React. So let's go to the bottom here, and let's write the delete post mutation. So we'll say const delete post mutation equals GQL, open the tag template, and we'll say mutation delete post, and this will take a post ID of type ID, and that's required, and it will just call the delete post mutation and pass a post ID of value post ID. Now we don't need the return from this, we just need to make sure that it ran successfully, so we can just leave it like that, and we'll go here and use our used mutation hook and get the callback function from that, or the trigger function. So here we'll say const, we'll say delete post equals use mutation, and we'll pass our delete post mutation, and here we'll need some variables. So inside of this we'll say variables, and we'll have post ID like that, and we'll have an update here, update. We'll have we can get a proxy. Well, I don't think we need the proxy actually for now. We'll just say update, and the way I want to set up this, I want to set it up so we have like a confirm modal, because we don't want to, if a user by mistake clicks the delete button, we don't want it to immediately click. We want kind of like a modal to appear that says, are you sure you want to delete this post? And then when a user then clicks yes, I'm sure, then it actually deletes it. So what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna get something called confirm from Semantic UI. So get that confirm, but this has a boolean, like whether it's open or not. So here we'll actually, let's get use state as well. So bear with me a moment, this will make sense in a second. So here we'll say const confirm open, and we'll have set confirm open equals use state, and by default it will be false. Oops, false. And let's go down here in the in here. So underneath the button we're gonna put the confirm. So we'll say confirm, and here we'll have an open boolean, which will be the confirm open. So confirm open like that. And by the way, this is in the documentation if you want to check it out. And you will have an on cancel function, and this is when you click, so you get this modal and it says yes or no, and this would happen when you click no. So when we click no, we just want to close the confirm modal. We don't want to do anything. So we'll just set this confirm open to false. So we'll say set confirm open, and we'll pass it the value false, and we need an on confirm. So on confirm, and this is when we actually say yes, we are sure we want to delete the post. So we want this to call the delete post function from use mutation, and here let's close our confirm. This is a problem because we have two sibling components inside one component, or rather, you know, elements. So here we can just wrap everything in a fragment. So that error is gone now. And let's go up here. So here in the update, once we reach the update, that means the post has been deleted successfully. We want to close the modal. So we'll say set confirm open to false. And of course, this will not disappear from our front end because we're not removing it from the cache, but let's do this later. So I'll put a to do here. So I'll put a comment and say to do, and say remove post from cache, so that the change is reflected on the front end without us having to fetch the posts again. And okay, so we'll say here, oh, okay, we need to put a comma here. By the way, this is the to-do highlight extension that highlights the to-do. All right, so I think that's fine. Or actually, here, the post ID is not just post ID, it's coming from the props. So we need to say prop, or actually we need to just destructure it. So here we'll say post ID like that. I think that's fine. So let's save the delete button. And let's save the post guard, but let's not save the single post, and let's go to the app component and just remove comment for a second the route and the import, so that we can just test the post guard alone. Let's make sure we don't have any errors. Okay, so set confirm open is not defined because I misspelled that right here. That's a capital C. Save. All right, cool. It's running. Let's check it out. Okay, so we get syntax error, name, found something. Let's check our mutation. There's a problem there. Mutation, delete post. Okay, here it's just a post ID like that. And I'm gonna do it like that here. All right. Okay, so we get this, and if we click on the delete, okay, nothing happens. It doesn't delete it. Okay, there's something wrong. Okay, we want, when we click this button, it doesn't just say delete post, it actually sets the modal to open. So we'll say set confirm open to true, and let's save. Okay, let's look at our app. So now if we click, it sets the modal to open. If we click cancel, it just closes it and it doesn't delete it. We can just refresh to make sure it doesn't delete it. And if we click delete now and we click OK, it actually deletes it. If we open the, if we do F12 and we go to the network, and for some reason they didn't show up because I didn't open it previously. But if I refresh, you see that that post was deleted. So if we post a new one and we click here, and we delete it, of course it doesn't remove it like I said, but if we refresh, it's actually deleted. Okay, so the delete post button is working. So now in the single post, we can put that delete post button and it will work as well. Okay, let's close this terminal and let's uncomment the import of the single post component and uncomment the route, and let's save that. So let's go back to our single post. So now here at the bottom, right here after this button, we can put the delete button. So we'll say if user, so the same stuff from single post, from postcard rather. So if user and user dot username equals username, which is the username of the post, we'll say and we need to render our delete button. So you can say delete button, and we're gonna import it in a second, and we're gonna pass it post ID equals ID, ID like that, and let's close that, and let's go up here and we'll say, oh, we didn't even import the like button. Actually, we need to import a bunch of things here. So we'll say import like button from go back one level to components / like button, and we can copy this one line, paste it one more time, and Control D and say delete button. And we need to import a bunch of things from Semantic UI, so we get the grid, the image, the card, the button. Okay, so here we'll say import button, card, grid, image from Semantic UI React. Let's save. Okay, so we need icon and label as well, so we'll say icon and label. Let's save. Alright, so it says post markup is assigned a value but never used because we need to return it. We need to return something, actually, some markup. So here at the bottom we'll say return post markup. Alright, save. Alright, it says comments is assigned a value, but we're not gonna worry about showing comments right now. Alright, so let's look at our post. Alright, there we go. So this is a post by user. Okay, Flux. This is a post by user, and we get the delete button. So if we click on that, okay, so it deletes it because it actually deletes it, but it doesn't. We need to redirect to the home page. So you see, if I go to the home page, that post that was called another one is removed. So the way we can do that, we can pass a callback to the delete button. So here let's say callback equals, and let's call this delete button callback. Let's be kind of or delete post expressive with our function naming. So here, up here, we can say function delete post callback. We say props dot history dot push, and we'll just go to the home page. So we got props, so that should work. And inside the delete button, we need to take that callback. So here we'll destructure as well callback, and So right here, actually in the update, once the post is deleted, we need to call the callback. Okay, but the problem with this, actually, the callback we might not have a callback, so we can say if callback, we call callback like that. Because from the post card, we don't actually have a callback. So we'll do this if check. Okay, let's check that we have no errors. We don't. So if we go here, we go to this thanks guys, and we click on delete, and we click OK. There we go. It actually redirects us to the home page and it's deleted, because if we refresh, we see that it's actually deleted. All right. Let's now add this let's remove this post from the cache once it's deleted. So let's remove this to do comment, and we need the proxy right now. So we'll from the update, we'll take proxy, and we'll say we need that fetch posts query. So here, let's say import fetch posts query from, actually, what is that? Where is that? Util / GraphQL, if I can talk. So GraphQL like that. And right here, right here, before calling the callback, we'll say, like we did for the adding post, we'll say const data equals proxy.read query, and we'll pass actually an object. An object with the field query, and that query will be the fetch post query. So now that we got the data, we'll say data.getPosts, and we'll say equals data. Now we need to remove a post, so we'll say data.getPosts.filter. So we want to keep all posts, so we'll say post where post.id. We want to keep all posts that don't have the same ID as this post ID that we just deleted. And we'll say proxy.write query, and here we'll say query is fetch posts query, and the data is data, like that. Okay, let's save. Let's check out our app. Let's post a new one. And now if I click delete and I confirm, there we go, it's gone. And if we go to the single post page, well, by the way, we can test the like button, so we can like and go back to the home page, and it's actually liked. So that's working from within this component. So from within this page, we can click delete post. It redirects us and it deletes the post. Okay, so that's it for this video. Welcome back to class number 9 in this series. In this one, we're going to be adding the comments on the single post page and allowing users to post them and delete them and all that good jazz. All right, so let's get to it. Okay, let's go to our code base. So here in the single post component, I'm going to scroll down, actually here where this card ends, still inside of the column. We're going to do, the way we're going to display them is, I could put them in a component of their own, but I don't see any need in an application this small. So we already have comments out of this thing, like destructured from get post, which by the way is the reason why we have a warning here, because we're not using comments, but we're going to use them now. So here underneath the card, we're going to open an expression, say comments, oops, not comment count, comments.map. And for each comment, we're gonna, oops, not like that. Yeah, like that actually, confused myself. For each comment, we're gonna return the following. So the comment is gonna be a card of its own. And yes, we can nest cards. So let's give it the property of fluid, so it takes all the width. And here we'll give it a key of comment.id, which is unique. So inside of the card, we're going to have a card content. So card.content. And inside of here, we're going to have the header. So card.header. And this will be the username of the person that commented. So comment.username, like that. And underneath here, we'll have the meta, card.meta. dot meta, which is when it was posted. So here we'll use moments to format it. I think we have moments. Yeah, we have moments because we formatted the date of the post itself. So here we'll say moment, moment with one M in the middle. And here we'll pass comment dot created at, and we'll say dot from now, like that. And here we'll have the card description, kind of similar to the, actually almost the same as the actual post, but these are comments. So here we'll say comment dot body. All right, let's save. Let's make sure there's no errors. There shouldn't be any errors. Cool. That warning for comments is gone. And if we switch to our app, okay, this one has no comments. We can go to this one, has 3 comments. And there we go. We get comments. And yeah, I agree with this comment. Okay, so let's make it so that our comments we can delete. And by the way, I need to log in here. So I'll say user. And the password is 1 through 6. So let's go back to that one. So where is it? This one. So here, since I'm the user, I want to be able to delete this comment. So let's go back to code, and I'm going to add the button right here inside of the content. So here we'll say if user, because we already have user from the context, we'll say as well, and user.username equals the comment dot username, which means I am, or whoever this user is the owner of this comment. So we'll say and we'll render the following. And we're actually just going to render the delete button, and we'll pass it the post ID, and which is the ID, and we'll pass it the comment ID, and I'll explain in a second, which is comment.id. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go to the delete button component. So let's go to the delete button, and here we're going to make it so that this can delete a post and it can delete a comment as well. And the way we're going to do this, we're going to make this mutation right here dynamic. Let's go down here. Let's write the delete comment mutation. So I'll say const delete, delete. Yep, that's spelled correctly. Comment mutation. This will be GQL open template string, and inside of here we'll say mutation delete delete comment, and we'll pass it the post ID, which is of type ID, and it's required. And here I need to put a $sign, and here we'll say $comment ID, and this will be an ID as well, and that's required. And here we'll say delete comment, and we'll pass the post ID, which is going to be the $post ID, and the comment ID, which is going to be the $comment ID. And we'll get the ID, we'll get the comments, we'll get from the comments we'll get the ID, the username, the created at, and the body, of course. And here we'll say we need to get the comment count, and yeah, that's fine, we can save. Let's go up here. Now here what we're going to do is, instead of just saying delete post mutation here, we're going to put another variable. We'll just call it mutation, like this, and this will be dynamic. So we'll say const mutation equals, and here where we destructure post ID, let's as well destructure I can't talk, guys, sorry. So we'll destructure comment ID, and here what we need to say is comment ID, we'll do a turner operator. So if we want to delete, if we want to put this button to delete a post, we're just going to give it a post ID and a callback, or maybe not a callback. And if we want to delete a comment, we're going to give both of them. So if we have a comment ID, that means this button is on a comment and not on a post. So we want the delete, actually no, we want the delete comment mutation here if we do have a comment ID, else that means this button is on a post, so we want to use this mutation, the delete post mutation. Now here we can change the function name. We don't have to, but it's better if we do, and I'll call this delete post or mutation because it can be either. And we'll do the same. We'll say use mutation, or we'll pass this mutation, whichever one it is. And one thing we need to change, by the way, here is let's wrap all of this. Let's cut this, and we'll say if not comment ID, do all of that. Oops, paste. Because if we're deleting a comment, we don't want to do this because it automatically removes the comment, and we don't want to remove any post from our get posts. But if we do delete a post, then we will not have a comment ID, then this will execute and everything will run just fine. And here in variables, we need to also pass the comment ID. And by the way, this is not a problem if we're calling the delete post mutation. This will just be ignored in that one, and it will be null anyway. So here, I think here everything is fine, except here we need to change delete post or mutation right there. And let's save this. Let's go back to our single post, save that, and let's look at our app. So there we go, we get a button, and if we click it and we say okay, there we go, it deletes the comment, and with hopefully no errors. Yes, no errors, cool. All right, let's add a input here so that if we're logged in, we are able to post comments to this post. All right, let's go here. Actually, right here, just above the comments, we're gonna open an expression and say if user, because we want to be able, we only show the comment input if we're logged in. So if we use if user render the following, and we'll have a card as well here. It's gonna be fluid. And before we do any of this, let's create the create comment mutation. So let's go down here. Let's say const. Let's call it or submit. Makes more sense. It doesn't matter this name, but so submit comment mutation equals GQL, and here we'll say we'll say mutation. And it will take two things, the post ID, which is an ID, and that's required, and actually here $, and here we'll take the body, and that's a string, and that's required. All right, inside of here we'll say create comment, and we will pass a post ID, which is going to be $post ID, and here we'll pass a body, which is going to be $body. And we're gonna get back a post. So here we'll get the ID, because we need to get the ID so that Apollo knows which post to update, and we need to get the comments because that's what's been updated in this object. And we want to get ID, body, created at, and username. All right, inside of here we'll say comment count because that updates as well. So we need to get it back and update it. And yeah, that's fine. Let's go way up here. Underneath here, we'll say const, and we'll array destructor submit comment from use mutation. Have we got use mutation? No, we don't. Let's get that. Use mutation from React Apollo hooks, and here we'll say mutation, and we'll pass the submit comment mutation. And we're gonna have an object here. Gonna have an update function, or just a regular function, an arrow. And here we'll what we need to do is, well, actually we need to as well create a comment state variable. So we'll say const, and I'll have a comment. Do we have use state? Actually, we need use state. Use state, and here we'll have a set comment equals use state, and the original state of the comment is just an empty string. All right, so we want, once we submit the comment, we want to empty the input. So here we'll say set comment back to an empty string, and we need to pass the variables for this mutation. So variables is this object with the post ID, which is just this post ID, so we'll leave that like that, and with the body of comment, this one right here. There's something wrong here. I'd put double colon. All right, that's fine. So everything's fine here. We just go back to our markup here and we actually add, oops, where is it? Oh, yeah, right here. Oh yeah, right here. It closed itself. That's why it confused me. All right, so here we'll close the card. And here we'll have a form. Or actually, before we need to have like a sort of paragraph that says post a comment. And here we'll have a form. Do we have form? Yeah, we don't. So here we'll say form. And let's go back down here. Inside the form, we'll have an input. Thing is, I want to use form input, but there's a problem, which I'll explain later why I'm using just the regular Semantic UI CSS. I'll explain later. So here we'll just say div with a class of UI action input, input and fluid, which is kind of like the equivalent of using field input or rather form input. So here we'll have a traditional HTML input, and here we'll have a type of text and a place holder, and we'll say comment ... We have a name. Here we'll say just comment like that. We'll have a value, which will be the state variable comment. We'll have an onChange. OnChange. We can just inline it here. We'll say event. We'll take an event, the event, and we'll say set comment to event.target.value, like that. All right, let's close this input, and here we need a submit button. So we'll say button with type submit, and here we'll have a class name of UI button and teal for the color teal, and here we'll say disabled if the comment if there's no comment, there's no nothing written in the input field. I want this button to be disabled, to not have to deal with validation. So if comment.trim equals an empty string, then this button will be disabled. Otherwise, it will be enabled and it will be clickable. And if it's clicked, we'll say on click submit comment. All right, here we'll say submit. All right, that should work fine. It should trigger the submit comment, and that will send a submit comment mutation with the variable comment, which has changed because we typed stuff. All right, let's save this and let's make sure there's no errors. There isn't. Sweet. Let's go back here, and oh, that looks weird. Let me make sure I got everything right. Oh yeah, because everything inside of a card needs to be in a card content. So let's cut everything and say card.content. It gives it that padding amongst other things. Let's paste everything back, save. Let's go back to our app. There we go. That looks much better. Now, if I write something, now this is clickable, and if I press enter, nothing happens. All right, let's inspect. Ooh, so many errors. Error code 400, response not successful. Let's check out what happened with the actual mutation. So let's go to Apollo mutations, and we get this mutation. The body is okay, and the post ID is correct. Okay, let's try to run this mutation. Strange. Post ID. Okay, post ID. Variable post ID is used. Expecting type string. Really? Let's go to our GraphQL type definitions, create comment. Oh, I made a mistake here, post ID. Instead of putting that I'm expecting an ID, I put I'm expecting a string. Well, I'm not going to change it here because for those of you that are just doing the React bit, you'll be maybe confused or something. I'm just going to go to the, this is just a patch, by the way. If in an actual app, I'm not going to do this fix like this. I'm just going to change this, actually not the delete, it's the create comment or submit comment. Here, I'm just going to change the type to string. All right, that runs. And let's go here. If I type some random comment and I click enter, there we go. It's submitted and I get it here and I can delete it and I can delete it. And if I keep typing comments, it keeps adding them without any problem and we have no errors. Sweet. All right, so there's one little problem that bothers me is that once we type something and we click enter, this gets emptied, but this field is still active, like kind of, I can still type stuff. I don't want it to do that. I want it to be kind of go back to this state, blurred. All right, so, and this, and here I can explain why I did this approach where I just used an input, because now I can give it a reference. So we'll say ref equals, say comment, input, ref, because I can't give a reference to the form input component of Semantic UI React because that's actually a React functional component. All right, so let's actually create this reference. Let's copy that. Let's go to the top. And right here underneath user, we'll say const comment input ref equals use ref. And initially you'll just pass it the value of null and we need to get use ref. So here we'll say use ref from React. And right here, we're just going to say, actually, not here. In the submit comment, after we set the comment to an empty comment, we're just going to say the reference to that input dot current dot blur like this. Call it like a function like that. And that's going to blur the input once we submit. Once we submit that. So right here, here, I'll type a comment and I'll submit it. And there we go. It becomes the, like out of focus, like blurred. If I do that again, it blurs out the comment input. Sweet. I think that's it for this video. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, that's it. All right. Sorry guys, by the way, if I'm like I sound less energetic and excited about stuff. I am excited, but I'm really, really tired. So hello class, welcome back. So this video is going to be one of two last videos in the series. This one is going to be a very brief one where we implement pop-ups and I'll explain them in a second. And in next one, we're going to have a deployment. So we're going to deploy both the back end and the front end of our application to Heroku. So back to the pop-up thing. So what I noticed right now in our app is that most of our buttons are just icon buttons. These buttons right here, the like, the comment, the delete, etc. The only problem with this is that there's no text and some users might be confused as to what this button does. So what we can do is introduce these tooltips, these pop-ups that if you hover over, it tells you what this button does. Of course, you can do many other things with them. So the idea behind this is to improve user experience and make your app more easy to use and more intuitive. So there's more complex implementations of pop-ups. For example, this one right here that shows info about the user. Actually, this could be a cool challenge for you that you can implement, where if you hover over this image, it tells you since when this user has signed up, or you can show any other things. And of course, this you can embed any HTML in it. You can see here they show you rating, and there's some other cool implementations of the pop-up. For now, we're just going to use the basic one to display some text. So let's get to that. All right, so let's go to our code base. Oops, not you, MySQL. Let's go to the code base. Make sure both the server and the client are running as per usual. I'm going to close this console. First, I want to start with the comment button. So here I want it to say comment on post when I hover over it. So let's go to the postcard, and here we're going to import pop-up from Semantic UI React. And let's go. So the way it works is that you basically wrap your element that you wanna use as a trigger when you hover the pop-up, and you put this pop-up and you put your element inside of the trigger component or attribute, and or prop rather. And you have your content here, which is what the pop-up says. So let's go and actually apply this. So we have our button here. It's the comment button. So we can take all of this, or actually just type here, say pop-up, and the content will say comment on post, and here we'll have a trigger which triggers this, and the trigger will be all of this button right here. So we can just cut this and paste it here, and let's close this tag. Let's save to let prettier format, and let's have a look at it. So let's go to our app. So this is our comment button, and there we go, we get our pop-up. But I don't like the white pop-up because our background is already white, so I'm going to use the inverted version of it to make it be black with white text. So we are right here. We can just add this prop inverted and save and go back, and there we go. I think this is a better contrast for our application. All right, let's do the same for the like and the delete buttons. So I'll start with the delete one. So let's go to the delete button here. Let's close that. So our button is right here. So we can just, we need to import pop-up from Semantic UI first. So pop-up, and here we can cut this button for now. And here we'll say pop-up, and we'll have content, and this will say delete post. We have a trigger, and in the trigger we paste back our button, and of course we add inverted to have it be black. All right, let's save. Let's look at our delete button, and there we go, it says delete post. One problem with this though, because we're using the delete button for the comments as well, and it will still say delete post here, while it should say delete comment. We can make it take a message, but for our use case we only have two things, so we can have a conditional here. So where are we? Right here in the content, we can make it dynamic, and what we're going to do is we know if we have a comment ID, that means we're deleting a comment. If we don't, it's a post. So we can say comment ID, so a ternary operator. So if we have that, that means we're deleting a comment. So we'll say delete comment, else that means we're deleting a post. So we'll say delete post like this. Save. Why is this having a squiggly? Oh, sorry, this should go on the content, my bad, not the inverted. The inverted is just a boolean prop, and here it says delete post, and here it says delete comment. Cool, so that's working. We'll do the same for the like. Now, one thing that I noticed is that we're using inverted each time, and we're kind of typing the same thing, and it's taken multiple lines of code, and we're going to use it in multiple instances. So we can outsource this into its own component. I mean, maybe this is not the best use case for this, but this is just to show you a good practice of how to outsource these mini elements that you have shared in multiple places in your app. So here we'll create a new file in the util folder, and we'll call it my pop-up. You can call it whatever you want. So here I'll say, of course, we need to import the pop-up. So we'll say import pop-up from Semantic UI React. Of course, we need React itself. Here we'll have our function. So function my pop-up will take props, and it will return the pop-up, and our pop-up is always inverted. So we'll say inverted here, and we'll have content. Actually, we can destructure from the props. So we want to pass the content. We can pass whatever we want, but we only need content for now. And we want to pass children, because that's where the trigger element, we need to pass an element for the trigger prop. So here the content will be content from the props, and the trigger will be the children. So whatever that's inside of this component. And here, of course, we need to export default my pop-up. Let's save this. So let's go to the delete button. Let's remove this import, and here we'll have our relative import. So we'll say import my popup from, we go back one level to util / my popup, and here we replace popup with my popup, and the content will be the same, but we don't need to say inverted anymore. And this trigger stuff will be in the children. So here we'll have actual content inside of our my popup element, and here we'll put our trigger stuff as a child for this component. All right, let's look at our app. Let's refresh just in case, and it still functions the same. All right, let's implement the same for the the comment button. So here we'll remove the pop-up, and actually we can just copy this line from here or from here, the import my pop-up. I would have typed it already if I didn't just go to copy and paste it, but whatever. So here we'll say my pop-up, and here the content will be the same, it's static, and we remove all of that from the trigger, and we'll put it inside my pop-up here. I'll paste just to make sure that it's still working. Okay, it's not working inside of here. We need to investigate this. So, oh yeah, actually that's because it's coming from the single post. That's a different, it's different, it's here, it's from here. So in the single post, let's do the same import. Oops, actually I had a different thing in my clipboard. So here we'll say my popup from back to util to my popup, and let's look for that comment button. Should be, yeah, it's here. So all of this, so we can just copy all of this button, and here we'll say my popup, and the content will be the same as the other one. So comment on post, and the doesn't have a trigger. We'll just have content, child content inside of it. And there we go, we have comment on post. So let's do the same for like. Let's go to the, so that would be here in the, actually no, in the postcard, or excuse me, in the like button. So here we'll import that. So import my popup from util / my popup, or your popup. So here, this like button, we can just cut this and say my popup, and here the content as well is dynamic, because it can be for liking or unliking. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say liked and do a ternary. So if it is liked, the tooltip will say unlike, else it will say like. Or you can put unlike post or like post, it's up to you. All right, so we paste back, actually this should be in an expression in curly braces, and let's save. Let's look at our app. There we go, it says unlike, and if I unlike, it says like again. Cool, it's switching. Hello class, and welcome back to the last class in this series where we deploy our application and have it live on the internet. So I might have misled you in the last class by saying that we're going to deploy both the front end and the back end on Heroku. We're not going to do that. We're going to deploy the back end on Heroku and the front end on Netlify, which is something that I've used on this channel before and I've used for personal projects before. It's pretty cool. It's really easy to start with. You just log in with your GitHub and literally like 2 clicks and you deploy your front end app. And in terms of the back end, we're going to use Heroku, like I said. It's really easy as well to get started with. I'm not sure if it's, to be honest, if it's something that people use a lot in production. Personally, I would use something like AWS or even Google Cloud, or what is known as Firebase. But I don't know, maybe they have some good pricing. You can check that out for yourself. But for us, we're just prototyping, just, you know, it's a hobby. It's a project of passion, I should say. All right, so let's actually get cracking. Okay, first things first, I noticed that there are certain things that need to be fixed about in our code base. First is, I noticed that in the package.json here on the server, there are certain dependencies that are for the client. So we need to move these to the client. So I'm going to do here on the server level, I'm going to say npm uninstall react router DOM semantic UI CSS and semantic UI React. So we need to move these. Can I copy from here? Yeah, I can copy from here. Okay, so we need to move this into the client. So I'm going to say cd client and say npm install and paste that in, and that should be fixed. So one other thing, so in the index, I noticed here when we connect to the database, we don't handle, like we don't catch an exception or an error if it happens. That's not good because you know, this can actually crash your server and your app wouldn't even run at all. So here we're just gonna say console.error the error. This is not gonna change a lot, but we catch the error if it happens. 16,000 vulnerabilities. This npm audit is getting out of hand. Anyway, I'm gonna ignore this vulnerabilities thing for now. One more thing I want to change is the port. So where's the port? Right here. So it says 5,000. It's a static port, but in actual environments, deployment environments, we could have like an environment variable that holds the port, and we might need to use that instead. So what I'm going to say here const port equals, I'm going to take the environment variable. So we're going to say process.env, and this is how you access environment variables, .port like this, so where's the or? Right here, the pipe thing, or 5,000, meaning if this is null, we're going to get 5,000. And here, instead of 5,000, we're just going to say port. All right, so that's fixed. I think we're done with fixing stuff. All right, so one thing that I'm going to do, we can actually deploy both of them like in one code base, like the front end and the back end. But I've found certain problems that happen on Netlify where if you have like a subdirectory that contains the actual app, there are certain shenanigans that we could avoid by just separating the client and the server to their own repositories. I mean, it's better for separation of concerns anyways. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my desktop. So I'm going to cd twice, and I'm going to create two files, or folders rather, directories. So I'm going to say MERNG client and MERNG server. Cool. So we have those repositories. Let's go to our desktop. Actually, I'm going to open this folder. So here I'm going to need the stuff for the server. So let's select everything except for client and node modules. Copy that, and then in the server, in the MERNG server here, I'm going to paste them, and the client stuff, everything except the node modules, and paste the client stuff here. Paste. Cool. So we got the client stuff here and the server stuff here. All right, let's start with the server. Let's create a repository for this on GitHub. So, not here. Let's go to GitHub. And here I'm going to create a new repository. I can make it public or private, doesn't make a difference. So here I'm going to call it MERNG. Actually, I'm going to prefix it with class. I'll probably delete this because it's not that important. People won't need this. So I'm going to say MERNG server. And I'm just going to create the repo. Here I'm going to copy this. I'll copy the SSH one. It's the same, but I think to push you can't do the HTTPS one. So here I'm going to open up git bash in the server directory. I'm going to initialize the git repo. Actually, git init. And here I'll say git add everything, git commit. If I can type. All right, so git commit. I'm going to say, just init. I'm going to now add the remote. So I'm going to say get remote add origin. And I'm going to need to paste that origin. So here we're going to double check, say get remote -v. There we go. That origin is added. So we just now need to push the code. So we're going to say get push origin master. All right, so that's done. So if we go here, we refresh, we see that our code is here. All right, let's do the same for the client and then deploy both of them. So let's create another repo. So here we'll say classed. Obviously you're going to say something other than classed. If you want to say, you can say that. I don't mind. All right, so here classed MERNG client, create repo. Let's do the same thing. Grab this, copy it, and then go to the client. Open the terminal, and here we need to say get init. I don't know why I'm adding that flag n. And here I'm going to say get add everything, get commit, and just going to say init. And here we're going to say get remote, add origin. And because I don't have this button, this like the insert button on my keyboard, I have to like right click and put paste. Here we're going to say get push origin master. And the same thing will happen to this repo. If we refresh, we get our client. Wait, we don't? We do? We do. We get our client code here. Cool. All right, let's deploy our server code now. So if we go to Heroku, actually, let's create an account. So sign up. I've already done this, but I'm going to show you how to do this. So I'm going to put my name. I'm going to put my email, my classed email. So class@gmail.com. Company name, not applicable. Professional developer. United Kingdom. This doesn't matter. It's just for the data collection stuff. I'm just going to say Node.js there. Create free account. And I'm going to now go in a side window and activate my account. Gmail. There we go. It says create new password. I'm going to create a new password. Sweet. Click here to proceed. All right. So now that we've set up with an account, let's go back here. I want to go to the documentation. So documentation. First of all, we need to install the CLI. Actually, let's go to Node and here, getting started with on Heroku with Node. So here, introduction, setup. We need to install the Heroku CLI. So if you're on a Mac, you just run this brew command. If you're on a Linux, you run this sudo install. But if you're on a Windows, like I am, you just download this installer. So I'm gonna install it now. Yes. Next. And it's really simple. You just install the CLI, and then you do this Heroku login, and it just opens up a browser window where you confirm your authorization, and then that's it. You're logged in. All right, I'm going to wait for it to install. All right, so that's done. Close it. And I'm going to close all this stuff here. I'm going to open Bash. So here I'm going to say Heroku login. Press any key to open the browser. All right, login. You are now logged in. I should be logged in now. How do I check actually? Well, I think there's like a command to check, but I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna assume we're logged in. Yeah, there it says I'm logged in. Cool. So stop that. And now we need to get our app started. Now our app is already started. We have the app, so I'm gonna browse into it. So cd desktop, and I believe it's MERNG server. Yeah, MERNG server. All right, so this is our app. Now we need to push this to Heroku. So we go to deploy the app. So we're going to say Heroku create, which creates an app. Now there's a lot of options that you can adjust here to change the name of the app and a bunch of other stuff, but I'm just going to go with the most basic deployment right now. So in that repo here in the server, we're going to say Heroku create. Boom, so that's done. And now we're going to say get push Heroku master. So now that everything is pushed, okay, so that's done. Now let's go check our app. Where do we go actually? Apps, where's apps? Or maybe in the command. So here it says that this is the app. So this is the endpoint for the app. Let's paste that. Well, it says error, check logs. So I'm just gonna run Heroku logs. Oh, okay. Now I know why. Because the npm start is using a dependency, like a developer dependency. I should have fixed that, which is nodemon. And instead it should just use the node index instead of nodemon. That's not available during production. So I'm just going to change this to node index and push this, and hopefully that will fix it. Or actually, I should change it in the other repo or in the other code base. So let me open this. And here I'm gonna go to the package.json and change this start to just node index. Now let's open the terminal, get add everything, get commit, and here I'll say fixed start script. Here I'll push to origin master. Actually, I need to push to Heroku master as well. So git push Heroku master. Alright, so it's deploying that again. Alright, so let's check out our app. Actually, it's still deploying. It's gonna give us the base URL in a second. There we go. So let's click this, control click this, just open link. We'll wait for it. Now, obviously the performance on an actual paid account will be better than this. You're not gonna have to wait this much. This is just a test account. It's just a free account. It's not charging us anything yet. Okay, so that failed again, and I checked the logs again, and I made a boo-boo, and it's right here. So what is it? So process exited because where's the error? Yeah, it's right here. Process failed to bind to port, because actually apparently port has to be all uppercase. So let's go here. Let's make another change. This could have been way smoother. So right here in the index.js, so it's here. Port is all caps like that. Sorry about this, guys, but in real production, things like this happen all the time. So maybe not cutting them is actually giving you a better like view of how things work in the real world. So here I'm not even gonna push to GitHub. I'm just gonna push to Heroku master. So now it's gonna deploy again. Hopefully this time it works. All right, so let's control click this base URL, and I guess third time is the charm. All right, so we get query missing, but I believe this is just because this is just our GraphQL server. I believe it's working. So if we go to Postman, let's open a new tab, and here let's send a request to this. And as you remember, GraphQL stuff is always a post request. So let's go to the body. We can use this GraphQL type of like body here. And here let's actually send like a get posts query. I'm just gonna get the body and the created at and start that query. Sweet, we get 200 and we actually get all of our data. So our server has been successfully deployed. Let's actually now deploy the client side of this. All right, so I'm gonna close this, and let's go to, so here, oh, OBS, go away. So in the client, so let's open this. Now I'm gonna make a couple of changes here as well. So in the package.json, down here, I'm gonna add something called a proxy, because this is not on the same server like as the actual server. So this is actually not super necessary, but I'm gonna add it anyway. So the proxy will be the base URL of our app. So here I'm just gonna copy that and go back and put here, paste that. And we're gonna change something else. So inside of our Apollo provider, the base URI for our API is that deployed app. So we're gonna paste that here as well. So let's push these changes. So I'm gonna open the terminal, say git add, git commit, and edited proxy and server base URL. Let's push this. Wait, have I added the Heroku here? Actually, no, there is no Heroku. What am I saying? All right, so let's go to Netlify, and here you can sign up or log in. I'm going to log in with my GitHub account. I already have like an app here deployed, and here I'm gonna deploy another one. So I'll say new site from Git and click GitHub here, and it's gonna now authorize my GitHub account, or GitHub authorize Netlify to access my repos. So I believe I named it class MERNG client. Yes, it's this one. And we need the master branch, and yeah, we need to run. Actually, this is all correct, because the eventually when you build the app, it's going to be in the build directory, not in public actually. So here we'll just say deploy site. This will take some time. You can click here to see what's actually happening behind the scenes in the deployment. It's just gonna install all the dependencies and build the app, and then serve it from that directory that was specified, which is the build directory. So I'm just gonna wait for this to finish and then carry on. Sweet. So that's deployed successfully. That's indicated by the green color. And we open our app, and there we go. So we get all of our content that's being served from our server and from our database, and we get the app, and it's fully functional. So we can actually log in here. If I haven't changed this password, yeah, it's 1 through 6. Cool. So we can log in, we can post stuff. It's working exactly like it worked on our machine, guys. So yeah, so this video has been a bit rocky. Has been a bit of like errors. I could have cut all these errors, but yeah, these things happen in the real world. So yeah, maybe it's better that I left them. All right. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. This series has been exciting. It's been sorry for the delay for the last video, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've learned a lot. Please let me know in the comment sections any suggestions, anything you want to learn, or anything you want to dig into. I'll happily make a video about it. All right. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.